Hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück hier bei Trails to Azure. Wir haben jetzt einiges vor uns. Wir haben jetzt in Kapitel 3 den ersten Tag geschafft, da war schon einiges los. Jetzt mit Tag 2 haben wir auch einiges vor uns, aber als allererstes, bevor wir irgendetwas machen hier an Nebenquests und irgendwelches Zeug, habe ich mich noch mal ein bisschen jetzt hier umgesehen. Hab ein bisschen weiter geangelt und jetzt geht's wirklich los, dass wir diese Angelduells machen. Diese Angelduells sind eben genau das, was der Name schon sagt. Wir angeln gegen irgendwelche anderen Typis. Und dafür braucht es verschiedene Voraussetzungen, verschiedene... Ja, wie will man es ausdrücken? Konditionen. Und bisweilen auch haben diese Duelle auch gewisse Gimmicks. Der hier zum Beispiel, das ist Sharkman the Ocean's Edge, wie wir gleich hören werden. Und um den gegen den antreten zu können, müssen wir bestimmte Fische gefangen haben, die ich jetzt endlich auch gefangen habe, also dürfte das jetzt gehen. Come boy, show me that fishing notebook of yours. Wahaha, well done, my boy. You've met my conditions just fine. Alright, no time to waste. Let's have ourselves an angler's duel. Like I said before, the terms for this duel will be sudden death. Here's how it works. We take turns casting our rods, and the first who fails to reel in a catch will be the loser. Okay, it's time to duel. Bwahahaha, that's the spirit. Let's get this thing started. Bwahaha. Ja, immer mit seinem Bwahaha. I'll start us off then. Take this. Sharkman ist aber auch ein Name. Bwaha, get a load of this. Piranha. Deluxe Dumplings. Finished already? Okay, ich habe nichts gefangen. Das ist, geht ja schon mal gut los. Hallo, Brala. Aha, looks like I win, but don't get too down about it, pretty boy. No man can hope to tame the ocean's edge. Aha. Hätte ich gewusst, dass hier natürlich bei dem nix anbeißt, mit dem mit dieser dummen Ecke hier. Ich hätte eigentlich gedacht, Deluxe Dumplings sind eigentlich das Beste. Was du verpasst hast, noch gar nichts. Wir haben jetzt gerade erst angefangen. Wir fangen jetzt unsere Angelduells an. Katze ist bereits gefuttert. Das habe ich offstream schon gemacht. Erdwurm. Ist das euer Ernst? Nehmen wir mal normale Dumplings? Irgendwas muss doch mal beißen hier. Leute! Ja, es ist kein JRPG, ohne dass man daran angeln kann. Quasi. Also es stimmt nicht, aber... So, dann versuchen wir es mal damit. Irgendwas muss doch jetzt mal anbeißen hier. Hallo? Was mache ich falsch? Sekunde, ich bin gerade... ich bin verwirrt. Okay, was sagt mir jetzt hier mit dem fucking... Okay, Viking Road und Carp. Also ich brauche... Ich muss mit Karpfen antreten hier. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie viele Karpfen ich überhaupt habe. Nee, das sind nicht genug Karpfen. Ich muss mehr Karpfen fangen. Tatsächlich. Das geht schon mal super los. Karpfen. Wo gibt's Karpfen? Im Boothaus, hä? Ich hätte mich besser vorbereiten können darauf, aber ich wusste nicht, dass hier nichts anbeißt an diesem dummen Pottich da. Doch furchtbar ist das. Karpfen beim Boothaus braucht Erdwurm oder Dumpling oder irgendwas. Okay. Dumplings habe ich zur Genüge. Eigentlich wollte ich keinen American Carp haben, ich wollte einfach nur einen Carp. Den brauche ich nämlich, regulären Carp. Weil das ist der einzige Karpfen, den ich wirklich auch als Bait nutzen kann. Hier fängt man alles Mögliche. Ich will so 12, 13, 14 Karpfen haben. Insgesamt. Damit ich möglicherweise einen zweiten Anlauf machen kann, falls irgendwas schief läuft. Mehr Karpfen. Gib mir Fisch. Ich brauche Fisch. 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 Mal Fisch. Hier. Oh, Fisch. 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 Angeln ist entspannend. Fisch! Gib mir Fisch! Das ist eine Schildkröte und kein Fisch. Mal. Ich versuche mal den Erdwurm. Vielleicht hat er eine größere Chance für einen Karpfen. Ui. Okay, Erdwurm scheint der richtige Weg zu sein, Karpfen hier zu bekommen. Oh, damn. Ich mach den ganzen Dümpel hier leer von Karpfen. Die ganze Karpfenpopulation ist danach hier weg. Ich verursache hier unglaublichen Schaden am Ökosystem. Okay, wie viel Karpfen habe ich jetzt? 19, okay, das dürfte reichen. Zurück nach Ursula Road. Jetzt machen wir dieses dumme Duell endlich. Hoffentlich. Ja, danach, wenn wir hier fertig sind, ist hier alles tot. Also den gesamten Gewässer einfach leer. Wehe, wenn das jetzt nicht funktioniert hat. Alter, das hat ja ewig gedauert. Piraruku. Gott, ist das langweilig. Ja, die Elemente sind aus der Ruhe und die Grenzen zwischen den Welten zerfallen. Was ist bloß los? Leert die Gewässer von allen Leben. Ja, ich bin los. Das ist der Grund, warum die Ebenen hier komplett verrückt spielen. Ich bin so konzentriert gerade. Jetzt dürfen wir langsam in die Richtung gehen, dass wir gewinnen könnten, dass er irgendwann verkackt. Wir haben so viele Pirarukus jetzt gefangen. Wir haben gewonnen. God, could have had it. I screwed up. Yay! I never thought I'd lose to a pretty boy like you. Here, take this. It's proof that you tamed the Ocean's Edge. Ocean's Edge metal. Thanks. On that note, this calls for a title from now on. You're the Ocean Tamer. You know it makes you want to put off your chest. I know it makes you want to puff your chest out, but don't get cocky, kid. Don't forget, I'm Sharkman, the Ocean's Edge. In other words, my home turf is out in the open blue. Had this been a sea fishing duel, you'd be torn asunder. Right. Okay. Und jetzt können wir hier ganz normal angeln wieder. Jetzt haben wir unseren normalen Angelspot. Wunderbar. Jetzt muss ich gucken. Was ich hier vielleicht fangen kann. Nee, halt falsch. Hier fangen kann, was mir noch fehlt. Weil ich muss ja dieses Tagebuch ausfüllen. Also, Fighter haben wir. Snowcrab haben wir. Eselfisch haben wir. Kassagin haben wir. American Carp haben wir. Turtle haben wir. Tiger Rockfish. Rock Eater haben wir. Rainbow Trout. Piranha. Carp. Gluttonous Bass. Trout. Rain Eater. Salamander. Salaminen. Arowana. Gladiator. Aal. Adamant Turtle. Noble Carp. Queen Crab, das habe ich der Katze zum Futtern gegeben. Da habe ich einen Attack 3 Quartz bekommen für. Oh, Gold Salaminen. Das ist eins, was uns fehlt. Und ja, Gold Salmon brauchen wir noch. Den kriegen wir aber erst. Der ist hier zwischen Queen Crab und Piraruku. Dazwischen ist ein Gold Salmon und der ist in Mines Mountain Path. Das dürfte eines der anderen Sachen gewesen sein, die... Ja, okay, da gehen wir sogar als nächstes hin. Bla 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 bla. Oh, shit. Aua. Ah! Das Vorspulen. Wir ruhen uns mal im Auto aus. Jetzt Mainz Mountain Path. Jetzt geht es zu Narses The Crazy Wave. Shit! Weiß nicht, ob ich jetzt hier richtig laufe tatsächlich. Entweder vorwärts oder rückwärts. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Es wird mir ja auch hier nie gesagt in irgendeiner Weise. In welchem Bereich des Mainz Mountain Paths sich die Olle befindet. Nee, hier ist es auf jeden Fall nicht gewesen. Also in die andere Richtung? Ich muss aufhören, ständig einfach nur auf die Karte zu gucken, um mich zu orientieren. Ich muss auch mal ein Level nachschauen, wo ich dann langlaufe. Ich gucke jetzt nämlich die ganze Zeit nur auf die Karte. Ah, ich glaube, jetzt sind wir richtig. Jetzt ist es, glaube ich, hier. Hier ist es richtig. Nächstes. Narses The Ocean Wave. Er will den schönsten Fisch haben, das ist der Noble Carp, den haben wir schon mehrfach gefangen. Und was müssen wir machen? Wir müssen den Most Expensive Fisch fangen. Bambus, Rute und Deluxe Dumpling. Okay. Es geht. Oh, and whomst my Subi? Me? I'm Lloyd from the Fisherman's Guild. I take it you're from the Imperial Fishing Club? Indubitably. It is I, the opulent and stylified member of the Elite Four, Narses the Crazy Wave. I presuppose you are here to throw down your gauntlet, as it were? Der Typ schmeißt irgendwelche Worte um sich, von denen er gar keine Ahnung hat, was sie sind. Very well, but first, you must go forth and catch the Crossbell embodiment of Piscine Beauty. Oder vielleicht ist es doch richtig, wie er es ausspricht. And that would be... Haha! You will have to desolate that for yourself. While you go scouring, I'll be here. Anticipating your return. Indubitably gibt's nicht. Doch, ich glaube, es gibt's schon, aber... Same with the desolate. Es sollte die Deuce sein. Ja, ich glaube, es gibt aber irgendwie so alte Worte, die diese verschiedenen zwei Worte zusammenfügen, die dasselbe bedeuten, aber dann dasselbe Wort dann immer noch sind. Genauso wie Revengeance ja eigentlich auch ein richtiges Wort ist. Bei Metal Gear Rising. Revengeance ist ein echtes Wort gewesen, ein altes englisches Wort. Allow me to appreciate your fishing notebook. Und indubitably ist wirklich ein richtiges Wort. Also das gibt es. Ah, hier ist die Noble Carp. Truly it is the pinnacle of Crossbell's piscine beauties. So magniferous, so exquisite. Okay, das sind jetzt wirklich Nonsenswörter. Thanks. Haha, you are most welcome. As for the conditions for our angler's duel, a contest of beautificence would rely on the eye of the beholder. No, this will be a battle not for looks, nor for size, but of value, yes. Our bout shall be okay, das ist wirklich einfach Nonsens. By the asking price, Angler's Duel, you get one shot opportunity. Ich denke, das ist ein Fall wie à la Red White von Ace Attorney. Jemand, der Wörter auseinanderfranst, um klüger und Elite sich anzuhören. Ich glaube, bei den meisten ja, aber es gibt, glaube ich, manche dieser Worte, die es wirklich gibt. Also die Anfangsworte gab es, glaube ich, wirklich. The winner will be the one who has caught the fish with the higher value. Ja, time to duel. Aber die meisten davon sind wirklich einfach absoluter Nonsens. Well then, shall we commence our duel? Fly high, my rod. Ich glaube, du verwechselst undoubtedly mit indubitably. Nee. Es gibt indubitably oder so ähnlich. Das gibt es wirklich, das Wort. Warte. Das ist ein altes englisches Wort. Indubitably. Ja, doch. Hier, ich schreib's mal in den Chat rein. Das Wort gibt's wirklich. Rainbow Trout. Jetzt nicht das Beste. Also, was brauche ich? Ich brauche Bamboo Rod und Deluxe Dumpling. Gold Salalaleminen. Holy fuck! Heilige Scheiße. Very well, I acknowledge your skill. It's quite splendiferous. Ich glaube, splendiferous gibt's auch wirklich, tatsächlich das Wort. Actually. As proof of your conquestory, I give you this metal. Crazy waves, metal, thanks. With that, you shall henceforth be known as Crazy Wave Rider. But do keep in mind that you've merely won by a singular match against me. You must continue to hone your magnitude from here on out. Sure. Okay. Jetzt haben wir auch den Noble Carp. Nee, nicht Noble Carp. Was war es? Gold Salalaleminen. Ich bin nochmal durch am gucken. Piraruku. Pale Salamander. Oh, und den letzten Fisch, also die letzten Fische hier, kann ich jetzt wirklich noch gar nicht. Obwohl, ich könnte die anderen auch vielleicht noch erwischen. Wartet mal. Es gibt wohl noch die Chance, dass man hier noch einen Fisch bekommen kann. Das war hier Mines Mountain Path. Wenn wir dort mit dem Deluxe Dumpling ankommen. Ereignissen, ja, das ist ein legendärer Fisch. Jade Line. Wow, this one's a whopper. Kinda looks like an Eselfisch. Maybe it's a rare mutation? Das war jetzt ein legendärer Fisch. Ein Shiny, quasi. Konnte ich den anderen... Ah, ich hätte auch bei dem anderen nochmal gucken können. Stimmt, da hätte ich auch noch einen anderen Fisch bekommen. Wir kommen richtig voran mit dem Fischangel-Sidequest tatsächlich. Wir haben jetzt sehr viele Fische schon durch, die wir brauchen dafür. Also wir kommen sehr gut voran bei dem ganzen Ding. So. Wir müssen nochmal zurück zur Ursula Road, weil ich habe den Fisch vergessen, den ich hier noch fangen kann. Warum müssen die alle so weit weg sein hier? Und zwar hier gibt es den Crimson Eater. Dafür brauche ich einen Karpfen. Gucken, ob ich Glück habe. Nee, habe ich nicht. Aber wir versuchen es weiter. Da ist er. Oh, halt. Du bist ja hässlich. Crimson Hook. Holy, this one's scary looking haul. It kind of looks like a piranha. Piranha? Maybe it's a rare one? Okay. Wir haben eigentlich nur noch einen normalen Fisch, den wir fangen müssen. Aber den können wir noch gar nicht fangen, weil wir einfach noch nicht den Zugang zu dem Areal haben, wo der gefangen werden kann. Tatsächlich. Aber wir haben zumindest die. Da ist die Crazy Wave. Dragon Princess Kaguya fehlt jetzt noch. Und die ist in America Old Road. Hier ist es nicht. Hier ist es, glaube ich. Ja, da ist er. Kaguya the Dragon Princess. Very well, present me your notebook. Indeed, you have managed to catch a fish of 130 reach or longer. Darum habe ich mich gekümmert. Und hier geht's wieder Viking Rod und Carp. Now let's discuss the terms of our fated rivalry. The match shall be a 3-round angler's duel, simple yet profound. We may cast our lines thrice. Afterward, whoever holds the greater sum total in length will be declared the victor. Ach okay, wer den längsten hat, der gewinnt. Weiß ja nicht, ob das jetzt so fair ist, da gegen eine Frau anzutreten. Oh, very well. Allow me to put you in your place. I'll take the lead, if you don't mind. Haha! Und Carp. Also, Viking Rod und Carp machen so ziemlich die größten Fische, die man hier fangen kann. Wieder Pirachuchuchuchu. Aber hier kann es gut durchaus sein, dass... Nur eine Schildkröte. Was eine Schildkröte eigentlich im Wasser macht? Also das ist auch eine Landschildkröte, die sie gefangen hat, ne? Also das ist jetzt keine Wasserschildkröte. Okay, das war ein ziemlich kleiner Pirakukukuchuchuchuchu. Ja, ein kleines Pikachu. So, okay, schauen wir mal. Wow, okay, wir haben Großfisch. Hell yeah! What in the world? Unbelievable. I must concede my defeat. I may be a proud angler, but I know when I am taking on water. It is my dubious honor to award you with this. Dragon Princess Medal. Die muss ich mir mal anschauen, was die eigentlich für Stats geben. Thank you very much. Henceforth you You shall be known by the title of Dragon Princess Vanquisher. As per the Imperial Fishing Club's bylaws. Diese ganzen Fischer, diese ganzen Angler in den Trails sind so übel exzentrisch. However, don't take this as an excuse to start putting on airs. For no matter how much you struggle and strive, you are simply no match for Lord Lake Lord. Compared to him, you are as insignificant as a frog in a well. Hat die gerade Zorro zitiert? Or perhaps a tadpole? No worse, an insect. A water flea. Okay, I get it. Und weil wir schon mal hier sind, haben wir hier noch, genau. Bamboo Rod und Deluxe Dumpling brauchen wir. Nee, das war's nicht. Tiger Rock Eater, das haben wir gesucht. Ember Reel. Wow. Now that's what I call a big catch. It looks just like a tiger. Really gave me a charge too. Aha. I wonder if it's rare. Und damit haben wir für den Anfang, glaube ich, erstmal alles. Dann das nächste Duell können wir erst ab Kapitel 4 machen. Und wir müssen alle anderen Arten von Fischen gefangen haben. Okay. Jo. Okay, es ist ein bekanntes Sprichwort, aber ich kenne es halt dadurch von Zorro. Der hat das, glaube ich, mal gebracht, den Spruch. So, also wir sind erstmal hier tatsächlich mit unserem Angelzeig-Quest so weit fortgeschritten, wie man fortschreiten kann. Uns fehlen nur noch 3 Fische. Ja, doch, 3 Fische sind es noch. Also, ein normaler Fisch fehlt uns noch. Das ist der Katzenfisch. Und die können wir erst auf dem Ancient Battlefield, wenn wir zum Ancient Battlefield kommen, einfangen. Der kommt erst später. Und dann haben wir das letzte Duell, was wir erst in Kapitel 4 machen können. Und dann haben wir das Ende, quasi. Also haben wir das zumindest schon mal alles am Laufen. Das heißt, jetzt können wir uns eigentlich um die normalen Sachen kümmern. Inwieweit muss man hier vorlatschen, bis wir in America Village sind? Ich habe jetzt keinen Bock auf das... Können wir zum Ancient Battlefield eigentlich laufen? Nee, ne? Nee, schade. Hätte ja sein können, dass wir jetzt noch angeln gehen können im Ancient Battlefield. Das wäre jetzt lustig gewesen. Ich will eigentlich nur diesen fucking Katzenfisch. Ja, wir nehmen den Bus einfach zurück. Und unser Auto kommt automatisch zurück. Damit wir auch unsere Siege jetzt auch gespeichert haben. Jetzt können wir uns um die ganzen Sachen kümmern, die wir machen müssen. Also reden wir mit allen möglichen Leuten, bei denen es wichtig ist, mit denen zu reden. Erstmal gehen wir hier rein. Hier ist Dudley irgendwo. Dudley? Düdeli. Tüdelü. Wo bist du? Ach, da ist er. Here are the shoes you ordered, Mr. Dudley. Thank you, Ansehen, my good man. I'd like to try them right away if I... And what do you think you're doing here, SSS? Well... We're gonna ask you the same thing. Those kicks look pretty costly. You special ordered shoes? What brand are they from? Oh, thank you not to lump me in with those logo-chasing imbeciles. Ist das... Das ist, glaube ich, oh, ein kleiner Dick gegen Estelle, die ganze Zeit nur irgendwelche Stragers haben will. These are custom made. Wow, you're a tough customer to please. You get your loafers made to order? I just buy whatever is affordable. And exactly what nonsense are you trying to squeak out, Bannings? Huh? You sound as though you're suggesting that handmade artisanal leather shoes are frivolous. Well, that's where you're wrong. Where you're wrong, Junior. Hat er nicht ganz unrecht. Muss ich ihm zustimmen. Es gibt zwei Sachen, heißt es immer, bei denen man nicht sparen sollte. Einmal mit der Matratze von deinem Bett und mit deinen Schuhen. Denn wenn du die Zeit in den einen verbringst, wenn du nicht die Zeit in einem verbringst, verbringst du die Zeit in dem anderen. Also niemals an Schuhen sparen. Gute Schuhe, die gut passen und bequem sind, sind Gold wert. I never said that leather shoes are more complex and profound than a rookie like you could ever comprehend. The more you wear them, the more they conform to the shape of your feet. The deeper their rich texture becomes. Only a fool would imply such harmony and bliss could be even remotely attained by a bargain bin footwear. This feels needlessly over-dramatized. I've never seen Detective Dudley so passionate about anything outside of work. My apologies for the tangent. Returning to the original topic at hand, I'm here on a well-deserved break. And I'd like to enjoy it before I have to get to my next engagement. So make yourself scarce. Okay. Okay. Schuhe Shopping. Darf er machen. Ist in Ordnung. Administrative District. Wir müssen in die Bücherei, weil da ist Kia. Und das Leite, wer auch immer nochmal Leite war. Der Name sagt mir was, aber ich erinnere mich nicht mehr, wer das war. Ach, da ist Kia. Hallo. Oh, hey guys. Getting some reading done, Kia? Sure am. I'm looking for something to cheer Shizuka up for the next visit. I'm still deciding what book to bring, though. This one's pretty interesting so far. So far? But wait, that's from the Braille corner, isn't it? Kia, can you read Braille? Yep. Is that a big deal? A big deal? Someone help me out, because I don't even know where to begin with this one. Did they teach you that in Sunday school? Nope, I picked it up while hanging out with Shizuku. Did you know that Mark and the Witch of the Deep Forest has a Braille version too? That made it a lot easier to pick up. I get that reading a book you're already familiar with would help, but still. Uncanny comprehension skills are hardly out of the ordinary for our Kia. Okay, also Kia ist wirklich einfach ein Genie. Also wir müssen einfach davon sagen, ne, Kia ist einfach absolut komplettes, übernatürliches Genie. Downtown District. Mein Controller hat einfach grundlos vibriert gerade. Big Brain Kia und mehr ist nicht dahinter. Ja, absolut nicht. Wir müssen wieder mit Wesser reden. Ach ja, stimmt, der ist immer noch weiter am Üben mit seinem Controller. Brown Liquid. Warte. Oh. Hä? Jedes Mal, wenn ich einen Charakter anspreche, vibriert mein Controller. Warte mal, das ist ja ganz seltsam. Seit wann ist das denn? Nee, es ist nicht... Hä? Es ist, weil, wenn ich X drücke, vibriert mein Controller jetzt. Es ist aber nur auf X. Das ist ja ganz schräg. Und das macht er auch, wenn ich jetzt nicht angeschlossen bin. Okay, ich muss mal gerade... Wie mache ich den eigentlich aus, wenn er nicht an der PS5 angeschlossen ist? Holy shit! Ich sehe jetzt gerade, woran das liegen könnte. Meine PS5 ist auf einmal an. Warum ist meine PS5 an? So. Ja, jetzt ist wieder normal. Jetzt war's weg. What the fuck? Und das waren schon die Events innerhalb von Crossbell. Jetzt müssen wir nochmal raus aus Crossbell. Okay. Ab nach St. Ursula. Hier sind, Girly-Pops. Hallo? Oh, hello there, SSS. Lynn, earlier. What brings you to the St. Ursula today? Another bracer request, perhaps? We're taking a little breather and doing some prep work before we get back to investigating the cryptids. The plan is to check out the sandbar on Ursula Road where you exterminated that one from yesterday. We're hoping to find some sort of link between the cryptids and the pleroma grass your report mentioned. Oh, and Arius is back to work, just so you know. He'll be handling the last cryptid that was assigned to the guild. All by himself, huh? Anything we can do to lend a hand? I think we have it under control. Although I could use some hugs and kisses from Tio to pack me up in case we run into any more trouble. You will survive. So cruel. I'd be more concerned for her if she didn't act this way. In other words, there's nothing to worry about. We can take care of ourselves. You guys just keep doing what you're doing on your end. Got it. Good luck you too, and stay safe out there. Okay. Ach ja, wir können nochmal Schießekuh besuchen. Hallo. Hey, Cecile. Good morning, es ist so ungewohnt, sie mit offenen Augen zu sehen. Well, hello there, Lloyd. What brings all of you here? Did you want to pay Shizuku a visit? Yes, we did. We're not interrupting, though, are we? Oh, no, not at all. I just came to tell her that Michael sent her a letter from Lehman State. I was going to ask if she wanted me to read it. Did you say Michael? Isn't that the boy Dr. Salent operated on? Ach, nicht Boy Doctor, the boy Dr. Salent operated on. Yes, he was also staying on this floor, so the two of us became good friends. We promised to exchange letters with one another when he left when he left the hospital. From regular pals to pen pals, eh? Die Clip-Compilation wird wohl um die Mitte herum lustig. Erst der ganze Horror um Orcus Tower, dann Strandspaß, dann eine irre Oma, die im Hühnerstall Motorrad fährt und dann beruhigende Fische. Das ist... Trails to Azure ist vielseitig auf jeden Fall. It's not uncommon for St. Ursula to receive letters from former patients like this. Sadly, it isn't easy finding the time to respond with the sheer volume of our workloads. Still, it's nice to hear from you. Knowing that someone I cared for is leading a happy, healthy life never fails to give me a boost of energy. Alles in Ordnung, Minka? Minka will sich die ganze Zeit irgendwie kratzen, aber sie kommt irgendwie nicht an die Stelle ran. That sounds like you, sis here. I bet you put a lot love and care into every reply you make. Perhaps I should begin writing letters to Martha as well. I'm sure she'd like that. She was so happy after seeing you for the first time in years. It's never too late. You're always welcome to give it a shot. I will consider it once our work slows down. Okay. Das hat uns jetzt auch nochmal ein bisschen Bonding Points mit Cecile gegeben. Da können wir eigentlich mal reinschauen. Wo war das? Hier in Record? Ja. Okay, Ellie ist voll Bonding gepointet. Tio braucht noch einiges. Randy braucht ein Stück. Noel braucht. Wasi braucht. Alle brauchen. Nur Ellie eigentlich nicht mehr. Ellie ist maximiert. Wir lieben Ellie. Wir haben schon festgestellt, jo. Okay, sind wir hier schon durch tatsächlich. Das ist alles, was wir machen mussten. Ja genau, jetzt haben wir unser Ziel erreicht, jetzt können wir sie ignorieren. Es macht ja keinen Spaß, wenn wir schon gefangen haben quasi. Wenn die Jagd vorbei ist. So, mit einem von euch muss ich reden. Dahlia, genau. Root gifted me this book to read on my breaks. I enjoyed it quite a bit, so maybe you would too. Sunshine Agnes 8. Das war auch schon alles, was wir hier... Wie man das finden soll. Das ist einfach irgendein poplicher NPC, den keine Sau kennt. Und die gibt einem random dieses scheiß Buch. Also es ist unglaublich. Das war in Persona 3 so weird gewesen. Bei meinem ersten Ingame-Girlfriend ganz aufgeregt ihren Social Link gefüllt. Aber als ich dann fertig war, war sie pretty much vergessen, was so awkward ist. Ja, das sind so die Probleme, die dann teilweise eben Persona in seinem Game-Design hat, ne? Leute denken immer so, das ist so übel der geilste Scheiß, aber ich finde Persona auch ein bisschen überbewertet, muss ich ehrlich sagen. So, optionale Quests, die wir jetzt vor uns haben. Ich habe eine tatsächlich schon gemacht. Das war die West Crossbell Highway Monster Extermination. Ist halt nur Monster töten. Wir haben eine neue Combo-Craft bekommen, das war's. Ne? Also das ist nichts Interessantes gewesen. Das konnte man einfach mal so abhaken. Also gehen wir Theme Park Trouble. Ja, ich mache hier schon. Harbor District. Hier müssen wir hin. Ich bin letztens schon hier lang gelaufen, um halt hier angeln zu gehen. Allerdings gab es hier eine automatische Cutscene, die dann gesagt hat, wollen wir jetzt zu Michelin gehen, um dort um die Probleme dort zu kümmern. Aber das war auch nichts anderes, ne? Das war nur diese kurze Cutscene und nichts weiter. Calling all passengers to Michelin. The ship will be departing shortly. Please board at your earliest convenience. We shouldn't head to Michelin unless we're absolutely ready to handle that request. Should we be going? Warum klingt das so ominös? Go to the theme park. Alright, no time like the present. Weil das ist einfach nur eine publische Nebenmission. Ja. Laura and the others boarded the cruise ship onto Michelin. After arriving, they made their way to the front gates at the theme park, where their client was waiting. What a pickle. This is liable to throw off the entire morning schedule. Excuse us? We're the CPD Special Support Section. Would you happen to be Hanks? We are here for the request you submitted. Ah, that's right, so you're the SSS. Let's see. Yes, I think you'll be a perfect fit. No sizing adjustment necessary. Wait, sizing adjustment? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Would you mind explaining your request? Oh, how careless of me, my apologies. I'm sure you're all familiar with our park's mascot, Mishi, yes? No breathing soul could know more. Teotard here has a bit of an obsession. But yeah, we know. Hard to live in Crossbell too long without seeing that fluff ball around. Does Mishi have something to do with your request? It just so happens he does. The thing is, we received some bad news this morning. The actor who's portrayed Mishi since the park opened, well, he told us he wasn't going to make it. Oh boy. Wird das jetzt ein Moment für Theo, so der Weihnachtsmann existiert nicht? Make it? Wait, you don't mean... Oh goodness, no, nothing that dire. Just a sudden case of upset stomach. The plan is for him to get some medicine at St. Ursula and return to work as soon as he's able. If all goes well, he'll be back in action as early as this afternoon. Still, that leaves the problem in the morning performance. That's where you come in. I need someone to don that fur and be Mishi standing for a few hours. Mishi standing? Hey, that sounds pretty fun. Alright, where do I get shade? Yeah, I don't think so. You are far too tall to fit into the costume. On the other hand, I think your pal here, with the overly serious expression, would be perfect. Me? Oh, come on. I was gonna use that kitty suit as a free pass to pick up chicks. Damn you, Lloyd. How's that my fault? It's probably for the best. Otherwise, Randy would have given catfishing a whole new meaning. So back to the matter at hand. Do you think you can do it? Well, we didn't come all this way for nothing. We'll take the job. I owe you one. Now then, if there's nothing more to cover, let's... Theo, is there something wrong? You've been very quiet these past few minutes. Ja, das war jetzt der Moment, wo sie realisiert hat, Mishi existiert gar nicht. Costume? Actor? Upset stomach? Medicine? What's gotten into her? Pulling back the curtain might have been more than she could handle. I'd be very careful with your next words. With the next words you say. I'll do what I can. Hey, Theo? No need to mind me. Mishi needs us. I will make sure to contribute as actively as I can. That's the spirit, Theo thought. I don't know if I like the way she phrased that. Is she really okay? Arme Theo. Everything settled? Good. Now, if you'll just follow me to the locker room. Sure, lead the way. Das erinnert mich an die Geschichte, die meine Mutter immer gerne erzählt hat. Wo ich einmal nach Hause gekommen bin anscheinend. Und dann zu meiner Mutter gegangen bin und gesagt habe, ey Mama, die alle in der Klasse, in der Schule haben gesagt, der Weihnachtsmann existiert nicht. Die sind voll doof, die Leute. Die haben ja gar keine Ahnung. Well, how do I look? Adorable, actually. Yeah, it really screams you. In what way? It's a full bodysuit, Noel. So, you comfortable in there? Looks like it could get pretty toasty. I'm sure it will. It's not the most breathable outfit I've ever worn, to say the least. Luckily, the height is right. It feels a bit loose, though, so it's a little weird to move in. Don't sweat the small stuff. You're gonna be doing enough sweating in the costume as is. But man, is it gonna be worth it. Mishi fangirls fawning over you, putting your arms around them with no hang-ups. I'd have plenty of hang-ups with that for your information. So speaking of fangirls, where did Theo run off to? Now that you mention it, I saw her catch the staff member's attention before walking away with him. Theo's voice, ta-da! Oh! What the? Is that you, Theo? Yumi, my name is Michette. Ich hatte nie an Weihnachtsmann geglaubt, aber lustigerweise an die Zahnfee. Bis ich meinen Vater dabei ertappte, wie er einen ausgefallenen Zahn gegen eine Münze austauschte. Oh je, da kann ich dir mal ein Video schicken. Von auch einer VTuberin, die ich mag. Die halt auch Mutter ist. Es ist eine alleinerziehende Mutter. Und da gibt es auch eine Geschichte, die sie über die Zahnfee erzählt hat. Ich musste mich mal dran erinnern, dass ich dir das schicke. Don't tell me my own older brother have forgotten my face. You've got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness. You look so cute, Theo. Isn't this character the one who likes to play hide and seek? Yes, I'm Mishi's little sister, Michette. She's a selfless girl who is always looking out for her clumsy oaf of an older brother with judgmental eyes. Judgmental? Right, yeah, we met her the last time we came to the theme park. She came up to me asking if she could help by playing the part of Michette. Technically, the regular Michette's shift doesn't start until later, so I thought, what the hell? Ich glaube, das ist einfach ein Traum von Theo vielleicht auch ein bisschen gewesen, dass sie das jetzt unbedingt machen wollte. Sie hat gesehen, dass Lloyd einfach in das Kostüm steckt und sie dachte, das will ich auch. Um Gottes Willen, ich will das auch. So that's where she went. Wait, by help out, do you mean? Yes, my intention is to supervise Lloyd's Mishi routine. Rest assured, his shins will rue every blunder he makes. Ah, the brutal barbs of tough love. What an adoring little sister you have, Mishi. I just wish my shins got a say in it. Wait, shouldn't you be the one giving me acting directions? Sorry, but we won't have a chance. It's almost time for Mishi to start touring his way around the park. Listen, just ask yourself, what would Mishi do? And go from there. I'm sure it'll work out. Probably. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Remember that at the end of your morning tour, you're scheduled to do a Mishi dance in the main plaza. That one I did prepare a manual for. Skim it and remember what you can. I don't know, read the manual. Dance with passion and pizzazz. Oder pizzazz. Don't forget to close the show on Mishi's signature catchphrase, let's dance and make a wishy with Mishi. Okay. Well, that's helpful. The catchphrase, I get it, but this passion and pizzazz part is a little vague. To tell you the truth, we generally leave Mishi's characterization with the patrons up to the actor. For the entire history of the park, we've never even needed a written manual, until today, that is. So if you make a mistake, you make a mistake. Don't let it get you down too much. On the contrary, as the one supervising, I will not tolerate even a single error. I'm getting conflicting signals here. Whoops, it's showtime. Let's wrap this up so you can get out of here. Alright, the rest of us will pass the time patrolling the park then. Break a leg, you two. Das könnte bei Theo wortwörtlich sein, dass sie einfach so hart gegentritt, dass wir wirklich uns ein Bein brechen. The time has come, and so have I, to prove yourself, Lloyd. Yeah, no pressure. I don't know how I'm going to pull this one off. I guess I'll just have to channel my inner Mishi. There's also that catchphrase. Let's dance and make a wishy with Mishi. Better not forget that. Alright, get out there and make those kids' wishes come true. I'm counting on you, Mishi. You too, Michette. Well, here goes nothing. I just hope this all works out. Look sharp, here comes the first patron. Wow, it's Mishi. Mom, Dad, look, he's really here. Well, so he is. How about that? Settle down, sweetie. You wouldn't want to tire yourself out before we even get to the attractions. Yay, Mishi. Let me think. How would Mishi normally respond in a situation like this? Don't forget to buy a ticket, eh? Have a magical time. Das haben wir schon so häufig gehört jetzt. Have a magical time. Hey, well, thanks, Mishi. Come on, Mom, Dad. Let's hurry up and go in. Right, alright. I know, blah, 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 blah. Phew, did I do okay? Very much so, Lloyd. Your Mihi was particularly inspired. Thanks. Well, I can't say it's easy to say without getting embarrassed. Mihi! You get used to it. Wow, you're a pro already. That was surprisingly cute coming from her. Keep up the good work. Hey, Noel, Wazzy. Well, if it isn't the Special Support Section's dynamic sibling duo. Thank goodness you're here, Lloyd. I have an urgent progress report to make. Every time I take my eyes off Wazzy, he runs off to get on the rides. Now don't be such a cop. It's not like I'm going to burn the park down. We are cops. Wir sind Cops. Wir sind Polizisten, Wazzy. We're still making our rounds, aren't we? What's the harm in having a little bit of fun along the way? Wazzy, we are the cops. Not to mention on duty. Speaking of duty, we have a pair of children approaching you on your 9. It's Michi! Oh look, Bichette's here too! My hide-and-seek skills need refining. Super kick! Wait, no! Hold on a second. You can't just assault Michi. Why would you even do that? Wait, did nobody ever tell you kicking Michi brings you good luck? Everyone knows it's stored in his blood. That's why you gotta boot it all out. Es ist schwer zu lesen gerade, weil sich die Textbox bewegt. Ha 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 ha! God, what genius thought of this up anyway? Hey, do you think it works with the same with Bichette too? I need to do something. How would Michi deal with this? Scold them. Nein, natürlich. Tickle them. Misha is a way of defending himself from kicks. Is this? Tickle, tickle, tickle. Ah! Wow, it's Michi's famous Michi Gichiku attack. What the fuck? Run away! That'll show him. I didn't realize playing Kick the Mascot was going to be part of the job too. Well, you should have. That's been one of the park's recent fads. Well, them's the breaks. For the record, I did try to help. Did I handle it okay though? I was just making it up as I went along. It was fine. What you did was far more preferable than losing your temper with them. Michi is a kind and gentle being. Driving children away by force would have been unacceptable. Your judgment served you well, Lloyd. Haha. Haha. Thanks, I try. I'm just glad they didn't end up kicking Tio too. Thanks to Lloyd's dashing rescue, of course. Perhaps we should add Sister Complex to his rapidly expanding list of proclivities. Michi and Michette's are the siblings here, not us. Incidentally, my research indicated that Michi's posterior is resistant to strikes and impacts. It hurts less than you expected, no? Hey, yeah, you're right. They must have put extra padding in the costume. No wonder it's so much thicker down there. Lloyd is sehr thick da unten. Okay. Look at the time. We should make our way to the next area, Lloyd. Remember to keep in mind how tight your morning schedule is. Right, I won't. See you later, guys. Knock 'em dead, Lloyd. You too, Tio. Alright, back to sneaking on rides for me. Oh, hey, guys. Nice hustle out there, superstar. You look like you've had a hard day at work. Tier funktioniert. Die Kia funktioniert auch, finde ich. How would you say it's been going so far? It's a little harder than I imagined. This costume gets toasty like you wouldn't believe. Need I remind you, Lloyd, this is not a pleasant stroll we're taking around the park right now. You have to act as friendly as possible while simultaneously making the park guests feel lucky just to have seen you. Right, I'll try my best. There's no room for error with Tio once Mishi comes into the picture, is there? Do what you can to keep up, Lloyd, or else Tio-Tot's gonna have you strung up to dry in front of the horror coaster. Wo gerade davon redet, dass es sehr warm ist. Ich spüre gerade, dass es bei mir in der Wohnung irgendwie sehr warm wurde gerade. Hier ist Trails Antwort auf Diana, um ein Kinder nahezulegen. Ja, weil Trails to Azure ja auch jetzt erst rausgekommen ist. Erst jetzt kurz danach, nach Pragmata, haben die Pragmata gespielt und dann gesagt, okay, wir haben eine Woche Zeit, jetzt noch das Spiel fertig zu machen, packen wir noch eine Kia da rein. Genau, exakt so, das funktioniert. Ich mache mal bei mir gerade Fenster auf, einfach hier, um ein bisschen abzukühlen. Ey, es ist wirklich warm hier drin. So, wieder da. Also. Do what you can to keep up, Lloyd, or else Tio-Tot's gonna have you strung up to dry in front of the horror coaster. Ja, okay, das haben wir schon. Oh, look, it's Mishi! Hey, you're right, lucky us, running into him 2 steps off of the Ferris wheel. Oh, he's so cute. We just have to get a photo of him. Sure thing, let's do it. Excuse me, do you think you could take a picture for us? I'd love to. A picture? Okay, stay calm. What would Michi do in this situation? Near the man, near the woman. Between them. Between them, okay. Sollen wir machen? This is gonna go down as the way we finally meet Michi. Okay, smile for the camera. Everyone already? Say cheese. Thanks for all the help. Yeah, what she said. You're welcome. Here you are. Komm, beeil dich ein bisschen. Did it do okay? That was perfect, Lloyd. As a living symbol of the theme park, Michi is in and of himself a walking attraction. Knowing that the impartial course of action in cases like these is to stand directly between the guests. Makes me proud to see you adapting so quickly to the ways of the Michelamite. Haha, I'm honored, I think. As well as you have Tio with you, I think you'll be fine. Good luck, you two. We'll be keeping an eye out. Haha. Yeah, you have fun on your date. We'll have fun on ours. No, we will not. Yeesh, at least let me buy you a Bell Cola before you shut me down. Okay, then let's try not to let them or anyone else down. Yes, off to the next location. Sorry for the delay, everyone. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Michi and Michette are going to do the Michi Dance. Brauchen Campanella, der Leute. Die Leute haben zu gute Laune. Den ganzen Hahas. Yay, Michi. They're so cute. Here we go. The dance routine. I'm starting to tense up. It should be fine. The Michi dance is usually improvised anyway. There are some guidelines, but I'm sure you will manage if you use common sense. Guidelines, huh? That's right. They gave us a manual about that before the job. If I could just recall what it said. Okay, everyone, all together now. Michi and Michette, bring it home. Here we go. Are you ready, Tio? Remember, dance with passion and pizzazz. Roger. Ja, tanz mal ein bisschen schneller. Was ist denn das für NES-Mucke? Now for Michi's catchphrase. Michi is love, Michi is life. Let's dance and make merry with Michi. Nein. Let's dance and make a wishy with Michi, glaube ich, ne? Ja. Let's dance and make a wishy with Michi. Wie? I knew you could do it, Lloyd. You have attained total Michi-Lightment. Michi-Lightment. Round the dance for blah blah blah. Having fulfilled the role to perfection, Lloyd held his head high, knowing he was able to make the park visitors' wishes come true. Once things finished winding down, the two substitute mascots made their way there. Okay. Phew, I think we managed to pull that one off. Well done. Dancing in a mascot costume was more daunting than I had realized. You can say that again. I'm burning up in here. How does the usual guy do this every day? He must be made of some really stern stuff. I would imagine so. Hey, Michette. Oh, it's you, Mr. Hanks. Good job out there, kids. You did great. Michette's been all anybody's been talking about today. The park's guests couldn't get enough of her. Of me? Really? Yep. They said the whole cool and aloof shtick Michette would lapse into around Michi drove them wild. Maybe this is a sign that we should sit down and rethink Michette's entire character. Huh, fancy that. I'm happy to be of service. Incidentally, have you heard back from the usual actor? Oh, I almost forgot. He just came in a little while ago. He said that he wanted to meet you. You should find him waiting in the locker room when you get back. And thanks again for all your help. It's not much, but I hope you'll accept this. Michette Plush. Das ist Dekoration für Tios Zimmer, glaube ich. We'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Hanks. Ready to head back inside here? Yes, let's. Michette mode disengage. I am drenched in sweat. Gibt's noch den Twist, wer im Kostüm sonst rumhängt? Ich glaube ja. Haha! I think that was the most effort you've ever given in a support request. You did good out there, Tio. Perhaps, but your mimicry was exceptionally superb, Lloyd. It was an honor and a privilege to share the Michi dance with you. Haha, come on, you're going to make me blush. Anyway, I think it's about time we rejoined the others. Is the usual Michi actor still not here yet? Now that I've seen, he appears to be running Sorry to keep you kids waiting. Excuse me for that. Better out than in, though, eh? Turns out the pills I've been taking don't work unless I have them after a meal. Skip breakfast, too, so I wound up wolfing down to lunch. Like you wouldn't believe. Anyhow, is my costume in that locker? What with the looks? You ain't ever seen a professional mascot before? Come to think of it, I feel like I recognize your faces from somewhere or other. Well, whatever, I owe you kids big time. Can't have Michelin Wonderland with no Michi after all. Nice work filling in for me, boyo. Whoops, would you look at the time? Gotta get changed and prepped for the afternoon shift. Transformation complete. Thanks again, mister. You too, little missy. You really saved my fur. You can just leave the rest to me. See you later. Jetzt ist wirklich Tios Welt zusammengebrochen. What a pro. His voice sounded like he shifted 3 whole octaves. That guy is the real Michi, no doubt about it, but when out of costume... He's not even in the same universe. Well, that was something. I feel like we just uncovered one of Crossbell's dirtiest secrets. Anyway, let's go meet up with the others, shall we? Tio ist traumatisiert. Tio ist völlig weg vom Fenster. Sie kann nicht mehr. Das war schlimmer als alles, was sie beim DG-Kult mitgemacht hat. Sie hängt auch wirklich hinterher. Das hat sie wirklich mitgenommen. Das hat sie richtig mitgenommen. Yo, Lloyd, something happened to Theotot? She's been like that ever since we got back on the cruise ship. You're right, it's like she's staring off into space, eyes empty. I believe that's what we call the look of desolation. Well, let's just say she's been through a lot lately. Tio, are you sick? Should we take you to see a doctor? No, I will survive. I was a bit bewildered, but I believe I managed to come to terms with it. This is merely a single rung on the ladder to adulthood. Arme Tio. Oh je. Wir können jetzt einfach mal kurz ins SSS-Building zurückgehen und mal gucken, was wir noch so alles hier eigentlich an Dekorationen nochmal eingesammelt haben, was wir vielleicht mal reinsetzen können. Hier ist nichts, ne? Ja. Genau, Musicbox. Oder Jukebox oder wie auch immer. Jetzt reden wir nochmal kurz mit Randy. Hey Randy, can I come in? Yeah, go for it. What's up? Time to roll out? In a bit. HQ didn't need anything else in particular from us today. Don't tell me you've been drinking in here. Be honest with me, Randy. Nah, I wouldn't dare. Now, what are we waiting for? Let's head on out. Unbelievable. Still, even though I give him a hard time, I know Randy's responsible when it comes to this sort of thing. He'll probably be fine. Oh, by the way, I feel like you've got a bunch more stuff in your room now. Is that a surfboard up there? Warum fragt das Lloyd? Er hat das doch gekauft. Yeah, people usually get a lot more use out of them over by the coast, though. You can catch some waves on Lake Elm, though, so it's not a total waste. Turns out lake surfing ain't too bad. Huh. I didn't know you were into that sort of thing, Randy. Ah, meine Nase ist zu. And this thing here? What are these called again? I think I saw one in the magazine once. That, my friend, is a jukebox. Plop in a 10 mirror coin and it'll play whatever music suits your fancy. You're more than likely to find one in some back alley dive than an upscale bar, though. This is pretty nice. It almost makes me feel nostalgic in a way. Haha. Yeah, I haven't really seen them anywhere around Crossbell though. They're pretty popular out in the sticks, where there's not much to pass the time with. I see. Did they have jukeboxes at the bars you used to visit? They sure did. Randy? It's nothing. So anyway, are we heading out or what? Mademoiselle and the others are probably waiting for us. Yeah, let's go. Dass wir dem Chief nichts geben können, ist ein bisschen doof, finde ich. Ich finde, der hat auch ein bisschen Deko verdient. Does this look alright? Jetzt haben wir noch eine Unterhaltung mit Ellie. May I come in, Ellie? Lloyd, yes, you may. Is it time for us to leave soon? Just about. HQ didn't need anything. Yeah, okay. Everyone else getting ready, though? so don't feel like you have to rush. Oh, I see you've added some new decor to your room. It all kind of happened on its own, really. I've been trying to cut down on clutter by taking my old books and such with me on my trips home, too. Still, this is way more put together than my place. Sure, you may have more stuff, but it perfectly complements your room. Oh hey, is that a music box? Yes, it is. Oh, fancy. It is a Wald Company brand antique I found at Imelda's shop. The tune it plays brought up so many old memories that I purchased it right then and there. Would you like to listen for a bit? Sure, I can't say I'm not curious. It has such a nice, soothing tone. Doesn't it? The Wald Company is better known as an Erebonia-based instrument manufacturer. But that music box is quite popular as well. Kriege Flashbacks an Xenogears, ja. Wald kennen wir, glaube ich, schon. Allein durch Elliot in Cold Steel, der ja Musiker ist. Und Wald ist, glaube ich, seine Instrumente sind, glaube ich, von Wald. I used to own a much smaller one that played this exact same song when I was a little girl. I brought it with me while studying abroad, only to end up losing it. I see. Could it have been a memento from my parents? I'd given up on replacing it since they were no longer in production. So I was particularly beside myself. Was? So I was particularly besides myself, I was, when I found out Imelda had one in stock. Ich glaube, das war ein Schreibfehler, den sie ja gerade gemacht haben. I can only imagine. You never really know what you might find in there, huh? Yeah, so I've discovered. Now then, shall we leave, Lloyd? Sound good? Mishi. So viel Mishi. Ach du meine Güte, ihr gesamtes Zimmer ist voll mit Mishi. Und jetzt reden wir auch nochmal mit Tio. Alter, das ist ja wirklich alles, Mishi. Wirklich alles. Hey, Tio, got a minute? Hey, du, you may come in, Lloyd. Wir haben jetzt einiges an Dialogen auf einmal so mittendrin. Is it time to depart? Just about. HQ didn't need any... Ja, okay, bla bla bla. No need, I'm ready when you are. Huh. I see you've got some new additions to your room. I've been building quite a collection. Crossbell has a significant advantage over neighboring countries when it comes to mascot-based merchandise. Well, this is Mishi's hometown after all. And thanks to Michelin Wonderland, his influence is spreading abroad too. Okay, es tut mir leid, diese Viecher sind unglaublich hässlich. Lass das nicht Tio hören, aber ich finde diese Mishis einfach echt hässlich. On that note, that pink Mishi over there, Michette, was it? She's his little sister, right? Correct, Michette is a quintessential little sister character, both harsh and protective of her helpless big brother. She contains multitudes. Deep. Does she now? How many multitudes could a palette swap possibly have? Well, what about that black cat over there? He has the same design as your cushion. Is he related to Mishi? Okay, das ist niedlich. Das kennen wir schon. That would be Kagemaru. He is a cat owned by the protagonist of a recent much beloved series of novels. denke, was mit Michi auch hilft, ist, dass ihre Michi-Besessenheit mit einer klaren Hilfe gegen ihr Trauma vom DG-Kult ist. Was verständlich macht, stimmt, ja. Es hilft ihr einfach, ja, ist richtig. Das macht's realistischer auch. Und ja, nachvollziehbar einfach, ja. Kagemaru's daring brand of cuteness and signature purr have contributed to a giant surge in his popularity. You don't say. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure I've seen him offered as a prize in the casino. To be honest, I have never really understood the appeal of these guys. I mean, they're not exactly what I could call cute. Deathglare. Ich finde den Kagemaru wesentlich niedlicher als die Mishis. Forget I said anything. While your conclusion is fallacious, invalid, and most of all blasphemous, I can't understand how you arrived at it. Mishi's charms are particular and nuanced, with his main selling point being his troubled-looking face. Kagemaru is more of an atypical mascot, whose dour disposition makes him extra endearing to his fans and enthusiasts. Neither fits the conventional wisdom of what qualifies as cute, but that, paradoxically, is what makes them all the more so. Yikes! You make a strangely compelling point. I guess I never put that much thought into what people find so charming about them. Ich glaube, der Grund, warum ich Kagemaru so mag, weil er so grumpy wie Minka guckt. But while we're on the subject here, which do you prefer? Do you have a favorite? Now you've done it. What? I have tried to avoid this topic, tried to remain ambivalent for far too long. But now that your question has thrown open the floodgates, I will run no more. Theo? You're starting to scare me. We will revisit this grand debate after dinner tonight, at length. Brew yourself a pot of coffee, Lloyd. We have all night to cover every conceivable angle of this topic. But what about the book I was going to catch up on? My poor sleep schedule. Noel hatten wir schon voll. I've got stuffed plush here that Kia could probably love the bits. I think I'll go give it to her. Lloyd looked for Kia and gave her a stuffed plush as a gift. Oh, this is for me? Thank you so much, Lloyd. You're very welcome. This looks good. New decoration. Eine Tomate. Und ein riesiger Pinguin. I'll put this one here. Und da haben wir die Cutscene mit Kia. Do you have a moment, Kia? Oh, Lloyd, yeah, it's okay. Oh, you didn't waste any time giving those plushies a home, huh? It really is a sight to behold. Yeah, they're all super cute. Oh, one thing though. This one's not actually a plush. The manual says it's a costume that you're supposed to wear. A costume? Kind of like Mishi's? I could see someone your size fitting inside it, actually. Really then? Wanna help me put it on? Sure, but just so you know, it's going to be hot in there. Boy, das wohl heiß. I practically got slow roasted back when I was standing in for Mishi. Oh, it'll be okay. Probably. Besides, I need you to see how it looks on me. Well, okay. If she's this staring now, I can only imagine the antics she'll get into when she's my age. Ach du meine Güte, ja. Teenager bis fast erwachsene Kia? Das ist gefährlich. And we're set. How is it, Kia? Comfortable? Yep, I'm totally fine. It's kinda nice and cool in here, actually. Huh? Really? Guess they must have put a lot of work into the ventilation. Oh. Penguin Kia! Tada! Oh mein Gott! Oh mein Gott! Das ist aggressiv. Das ist einfach aggressiv niedlich. Das ist zu viel. Ach du meine Güte, ich muss was trinken vorher. So. Wow! Wow, it's even cuter than I could have ever imagined. Hey, you mean it? Meep, 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 meep. Good morning. It's nice to meet you. It's too much. My heart can't take it. Meep, 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 meep. Are you there, Lloyd? You're taking so long to come down that we came to get you. Oh yeah, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Fair warning, don't step inside unless you're ready to have an adorable overdose. Huh? An adorable overdose? What in the world are you? Huh? Rendered speechless. Oh, looky here, it's Ellie and Theo. Top of the morning to you. What? This is a code red. Bonk. Code red of cutie alert. You're so cuddly here. What we have here should be inconceivable on this plane of existence. No Epstein Foundation lab could ever hope to reproduce this level of pure unfiltered adorability. Ellie, you can't breathe. I can only take so many hugs. Oh yeah. What's all the ruckus up here? Holy mother of idiots! Is that Kia? Ah, I wanna hug her too. Make room, make room. Bonk. I didn't expect to walk in on a crime scene. Multiple victims. Cause of death. Cuteness overload. Imagine having a lethal weapon like this on the battlefield. She could end wars as quickly as she started them. That might be way more true than we realize. Wah! I surrender! Can you guys let go of me now? After a while, the girls finally regained their senses. An indefinite ban was placed on Penguin Kia for the safety of everyone in the building, lest they fall victim to her indomitable cuteness. Das war großartig. Ich glaube, so nenne ich dann am Ende doch die Folge einfach Cuteness Overload. Aber jetzt geht's mit der Arbeit weiter und wir müssen nach America Village, glaube ich, zurück. Nein, müssen wir nicht. Nein, es geht nicht zu America, wir müssen zu Hayworth. Zu den Hayworths müssen wir. Wo waren die hier oder waren die in einem anderen Gebäude? Ich weiß es gar nicht mehr. Nee? Das hier waren die Hayworths, oder? Ja. Excuse us, you put in a request for the special support section? Oh, hello there, SSS. I can't tell you how glad I am that you're here to help with this again. Yes, thank you very much for coming. Can you tell us what happened since yesterday, Chief Tolter? I understand that there was a new development in the case? Yes, that's correct. I fear the situation is more dire than we originally thought. I'd like to discuss it in depth with you, if alright. Would that be alright? Accept, yeah? Okay, was läuft jetzt ab? Right now is fine. Please fill us in on the details. You mentioned that the situation has changed since yesterday? That it has. Yesterday evening, I went to the Ash Tree Inn in an attempt to persuade Derek. I told him that Minth's character was far too suspicious and that we had to break ties with him. You didn't beat around the bush then, huh? Not for a second. But in the end, Derek still refused to listen. Ja, welche Überraschung. However, I did learn something new. So I hurried here to discuss the matter with Mr. Hayworth. Something new? Has Minth taken some form of action? What Chief told me caught me off guard, if I may be frank. Minith's grip on the village is far tighter than we had given it credit for. Would you mind elaborating? From what we learned yesterday, several villagers already trust him. Has it gone further than that? Well, you see, Minith has not only secured a private property on Old America Road, but also the deeds to numerous plots and fields in the village itself. He what? As shocking as that is, one question comes to mind. How was he able to pull off something that big? Good question. From what we know, Minith pitched a plan to increase America's lotus production, as he puts it. By slowly accumulating deeds to the village's farmlands, he could expand the lotus fields and streamline their harvests. Moreover, management of the plots themselves would be contracted to the Quincy Company to reduce the required labor. That does line up with what we heard yesterday. At first blush, it sounds like a pretty good deal for the villagers. Yeah, too good to be true. As long as those deeds are in Minith's hands, he can abuse the land in any way he wants. There'll be no coming back from that. Indeed, the man cannot be trusted by any means. Es tut mir leid, ich muss gerade mal das erwähnen. Diese Sofas, die Hayworth da hat, die um den Tisch rumstehen, sehen aus wie die unbequemsten Scheißbänke, die ich je in meinem Leben gesehen habe. Also, ach du Scheiße, die haben ja nicht mal ein Polster für den Rücken. Wartet mal kurz. Ich habe ganz vergessen, ich sollte vielleicht auch mal wieder prüfen, ob hier technisch alles läuft. Ja, läuft alles. He had solely focused on that private property of ours. Even the worst case scenario wouldn't be too terrible. But now that he's using plots of land within the village, the results could be catastrophic. You guys might be shit out of luck when it comes to breaking that contract though. That's where you come in. If you can expose him, then perhaps the contract can be voided. I know there's nothing criminal happening on the surface here, but even still, can we ask you to look into this? Well, the SSS has never actually been all that beholden to CPD protocol. Our job is to support the citizens when they request it. You've given us enough reason to find Minith suspicious, so we'll gladly help. Thank you, Detective Bannings. All of you have been our village's guardian angels. Where should we begin the investigation? I'm at a bit of a loss on that myself. Me too, it's not as if we have any smoking guns to look into. True. In that case, why not ask Ian for assistance? Do you mean Mr. Grimwood? Yes, granted, we're only working off our suspicions at the moment. But if you explain the situation to Ian, he may be able to find a trace of something illicit in Minith's actions. That sounds like a good idea. Even a shred of evidence against Minith could be a good starting point for the investigation. I should warn you though, Ian's been incredibly busy ever since the mayor advocated for our independence. There's no guarantee he'll have the time to see you. Only one way to find out. Off to Grimwood Law Office. Maybe we'll catch him, maybe we won't. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, let's go pay him a visit. We'll leave it to you guys then. I'll ask my business associates if they've heard any rumors about Minith or the Quincy Company. We would appreciate that. Thank you everyone, you're the only ones I can count on. I'm so powerless in all of this. It's just pathetic of me. Don't worry, Chief Tolta, we'll handle it from here. You just sit tight and relax. And maybe pray to the goddess for good luck while we're at it. Very well, we'll be waiting for you. Okay. Residential Hayworth, Sector Quest. Afterwards, go to the following locations. Okay, also. Wir haben jetzt wieder Gelaber vor uns. Oh, Mr. Grimwood. We were afraid you might have been out of your office. Ah yes, I was just in the middle of taking a much-needed break. But it would seem you're in desperate need of my counsel. Ja, es ist Fiktion, natürlich. But it would seem you're in desperate need of my counsel. Is it really that obvious? Haha! I've seen those looks on your faces coming through my door countless times by now. Please take a seat. I might be busy, but I'm happy to lend you an ear. Our apologies and thank you. I see. This is quite a predicament the village has found itself in. A case such as this would typically be a top priority for me. But as you know, I've been busy this past week drafting a preliminary constitution for the mayor. Dass er wirklich nur eine Woche da Zeit hat oder sowas, keine Ahnung, ist ein bisschen wenig. I apologize, but I won't have the time to handle this case personally. That's unfortunate, but we understand. We suspected that would be the case. Still, even just a consultation would be helpful. Very well, I'll give you any advice I can while you're here. We appreciate it, Mr. Grimwood. So, do you have any insight on this? At this point, there's no evidence of Minth engaging in any unlawful activity. At least as far as we can tell. Is there something we're missing? I do have an idea. Damn, already? Possibly. An Erebonian contact of mine once provided me with some reference material for a very similar case, but I can't say the circumstances are an exact match. Any lead that could help us with the investigation is a good one. If you think this other case is worth mentioning, we'd be happy to hear you. Very well. I can hardly refuse you all. From what I recall, several years ago, a man visited the estate of an Erebonian baron. He introduced himself as Rittner, an enterprising businessman working for a famous brewing company. Rittner presented the baron with an opportunity to become rich beyond his wildest dreams, and quickly at that. Warten wir mal ab. He proposed that the baron's barley fields, which had been passed down the family for generations, be used to establish a brewery. The facilities would be constructed on the barony, and his family would be responsible for managing them. That was the idea, anyway. Hold on a second. What you're telling us is awfully reminiscent of what's going on in America. The Baron accepted the deal and signed Rittner's contract. Then, under the pretense of constructing the brewery, the fields and a portion of the Baron's land were temporarily transferred to Rittner. Moreover, the Baron converted his assets into capital for the sake of getting the business off the ground. However, Rittner soon disappeared with both the deeds and the capital, never to be seen again. The hell? The Baron and his family panicked after suddenly losing contact with Rittner. At the time, they had no idea of the gravity of what was about to unfold. To their shock and surprise, they learned Rittner had sold the deeds to a third party. The land was to be repurposed into a villa resort. Today, it stands as part of a suburb instead. In the end, the Baron's family racked up a substantial debt. Before long, they had lost their entire territory. With that, the family was stripped of their rank and they vanished without a trace. Capua family. Yep. Damn. That's one hell of a story. The man conned them into giving up their property and sold it right under their noses. Who would even do such a thing? Your investigation immediately reminded me of that case. One person lies to earn another's trust before running off with a large fortune. It's a common strategy for committing fraud. Fraud? If this case is the same, then Minth may not be a Quincy Company employee at all. He would simply be a conman trying to swindle America for all they're worth. Precisely. I can't say for certain that's the case here, but I'm concerned it might be. I agree. There are too many parallels between that story and our case. It'd be best if we shifted our focus to investigating this as a potential act of fraud. That changes the kinds of leads we should be looking into. Exactly. As far as Minith goes, there are two major areas that stand out to me as suspicious. First, that plan of his. We need to find out whether or not he's actually done anything to establish this American honey company. We could probably figure that out by following the mirror trail. You would have to apply for a bank loan to open a business in Crossbell. If it's all a sham, then we'll find the evidence we need at the ABC. Das ist ja richtige Polizeiarbeit hier gerade. The other point of concern is whether Minith's actually an employee of the Quincy Company. The Quincy Company's headquarters aren't in Crossbell though, so that'll be a lot tougher to ferret out. I may be able to help with that. We should try stopping by my grandfather's home. The McDowell estate? Why? There should be a brochure about the Quincy Company there. It outlines how the company operates. We may be able to find some useful information. That's something like... What's something like that doing in my Innogram's pad, Mademoiselle? Er war der Bürgermeister, natürlich ist sowas bei ihm. Ist doch klar. Well, because I happen to enjoy making sweets, alright? Ah, okay, das meint sie. Okay, verstehe. I once took an interest in the Quincy Company, so I ordered one of their brochures. Last I recall, it was on a shelf in my old bedroom. Then again, I doubt a simple brochure would have all the information we need. I wouldn't be so quick to discount the possibility. It's official Quincy Company material. We might be able to find something that conflicts with what Minith said. Never hurts to cover all your bases. Agreed. Let's drop by the McDowell estate too, and see how that pans out. Thanks for all the invaluable advice. Because of you, we finally have some leads to chase down. Always happy to be of service. Just to confirm, you said you were using the Hayworth residence as a base of operations, yes? Yes, we are. Very well then, I'll lend you my help with this case for as long as time permits me. Though unfortunately I can't make any promises, given my other responsibilities. That's not a problem at all. You've already helped us immensely. It's nice having a professional in the neighborhood we can lean on. I'll try to meet up with you at the Hayworths later. Good luck with your investigation until then. Thanks, Mr. Grimwood. Okay, let's get this investigation underway. Let's start. We'll need to go to the ABC and look into Minith's plan regarding the American Honey Company. It'll be a good idea to swing by. Yeah, okay, blah blah blah. That gives us a total of 2 leads, blah blah. Roger, we won't rest until we find that evidence. Okay, dann gehen wir doch gleich mal von hier aus zur Residential District, glaube ich, oder? Ist, glaube ich, näher dran. Irgendwie. Ihr beiden 3 Säcke hier. Geht mal weg. Ne, das ist deren Haus, ne? Wo ist nochmal? Das hier war es, ne? Ja. Und ihr Zimmer war hier? Oder ist das... Ne, das ist Ellies Zimmer, genau. Let's see. Oh, here it is. This is the Quincy Company brochure I mentioned earlier. Dang, they even had this sucker bound. Can't say they didn't put any effort into the thing. They have ample resources to do so, considering the size of the company. Whatever is written inside should be sufficiently credible. Then it's a good thing we stopped by for it. Alright, let's take a closer look inside. As the leader in confectionery manufacturing, the Quincy Company strives tirelessly towards its next innovation. This brochure briefly introduce the methods and creeds that drive our passion. We believe the key aspect of any confectionery is its taste. Wow. Ich bin ja schwer beeindruckt. Das ist ja meine Fresse. Sun Tzu, The Art of War, nur halt für Süßigkeiten. Wow. Otherwise, how could anyone enjoy it? With this belief as a core tenet, the Quincy Company refuses to compromise on the quality of its products. Our factories are fitted with the latest equipment and operated with the utmost attention to hygiene. Here at the Quincy Company we are particular not just about the quality of our ingredients, but where they are sourced as well. Our product development pipeline too is run with the strictest of standards. Prototypes are personally sampled by our executives who, with many meetings, decide whether a product is worthy to go to market. Only then can they reach the production line. This has been a Quincy Company tradition since its founding, such that we may deliver our valuable customers nothing less than the finest confectionaries to enjoy. It is this commitment to excellence that has made the Quincy Company the exceptional confectionery it is today. Da habe ich schon was gemerkt. Die sagen, die Zutaten, die sie benutzen, sind von höchster Qualität und die werden von allen geprüft. Die werden geprüft und dann gucken sich die Chefs das alles an und erst dann entscheiden sie, ob sie diese Zutaten überhaupt nutzen. Allerdings hat der Minith schon erzählt, oh, ich habe den Honig gesehen und ich will sofort einfach, dass wir in unsere Produktlinie mit aufnehmen. Also dieser Prozess, den Honig da eigentlich als Zutat zu nutzen, ist eigentlich ein viel langwierigerer Prozess, um wirklich auch genutzt zu werden, als das, was es Minith jetzt irgendwie präsentiert hat. Das ist jetzt meine Vermutung für das Ganze. I'm not sure what we were expecting. This is all just your typical corporate double talk. Did anybody manage to find a contradiction between this and something Minith has said? Not in particular. Maybe coming here for this brochure was a waste of time after all. Actually, I did notice something. You did? Oh, I get it. You just activated that old detective mode and bam, right? Well, don't leave us hanging. What did you find? If you remember what Minith told us at the hotel yesterday, the answer is obvious. It was only a passing remark, but it still comes into major conflict with what's written in this brochure. Enough to prove that he isn't in fact an employee of the Quincy Company to begin with. You got that much out of this one little pamphlet? That's right. You see, if Minith... Sorry to cut you off, but where's the fun in spoiling it all now? Huh? What are you talking about? Well, if I'm being honest, it's annoying that you're the only one who's figured it out. So why not give the rest of us a chance and save it for when we interrogate Minith? Wazi, this is an investigation, not some game. I agree with Wazi, actually. Your hypothesis might not be accurate after all. As a precaution, we shouldn't let ourselves be swayed by a mere hunch. Not to mention, I don't appreciate you stealing the spotlight with your detective mode, as Randy put it. Why do I get the feeling that second comment was the real reason she didn't want me to share? Fine, if you do insist. Instead, I want you all to consider everything we've learned so far. I'll summarize the main points of the brochure in the detective notebook. All that's left for us is to visit the ABC. Let's see what we can find out there. Lead the way! Yep. Und wir müssen mit Langfei reden, glaube ich, ne? Ja. Hello again, SSS. What can I do for you today? Langfei hätte, finde ich, auch nochmal so in der Mod ein Porträt verdient. Nico B hat ja schon... Nico B wurde ja 2 Porträts gegeben für das Bruder-Schwester-Pärchen, was da war. Ich habe nicht genug Relevanz, als dass ich sagen könnte, dass ich für Langfei gerne ein Porträt hätte, aber es wäre schön. We would like to ask for the IBC's cooperation with an investigation we're working on. Would it be possible for you to do an account search for us, Langfei? We're hoping to look into some suspicious mirror transfers from a certain depositor. You want me to pull up private information on one of your clients, then? our clients. Doing so is within company policy if it's related to a criminal inquiry. But would you mind telling me the details of the situation first? Not a problem. I see. I believe I understand the circumstances now. Will this be sufficiently probable cause for us to conduct a search? Cracking down on these kinds of things is in the bank's best interest too. Fraud would damage your reputation. You are correct, and this is related to a legitimate investigation. I can help, but you'll have to settle for me simply telling you what I can pull up on my terminal screen here. That's more than enough. If you would, please. Very well. First, let me search for an account. Registered under the name Minute. Click, 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 click. American Honey Company, subsidiary of Quincy Company. Blah, 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 blah. There we are. We do indeed have an account open under that name. Hold on. What happened? Did you find something incriminating? Well, I don't have the authority to tell you the exact balance on record. But I will say that the American Honey Company has no more than the minimum deposit on its account. What exactly does that mean? Basically, corporate accounts require an initial sum of capital to open. Uh-huh. In this case, that base amount is all there is. From what you've told me, that would leave tens of thousands of mehrerer unaccounted for. Minith has the construction of the factory, management of the fields, and more to cover. It is simply impossible for any minimum deposit to be capable of financing all of it. That much is clear. And despite him holding the titles of the land and signing several deals, the balance hasn't changed a single time. It's suspicious to say the very least. By which I mean this account appears to have been made for the sole purpose of gaining Derek's trust. Things clearly aren't adding up here, in more ways than one. Yeah, this is just the kind of evidence we needed. We appreciate your cooperation, Lanfei. Not at all, I'm glad I could be of assistance. Should you ever require anything more, please don't hesitate to ask. We'll keep that in mind. Okay, we now have material on every suspicious aspect of Minith and his plan. Let's make our way back to the Hayworth residence. Got it? Nee, doch. Also ich bin jetzt mal gespannt. Ah, it's the SSS. There you all are. Mr. Grimwood, I'm glad you could make it. Did you just get back yourself, Mr. Hayworth? Yes, I finished asking my business associates about the matter at hand. How do things go on your end? We were able to round up a few leads thanks to Mr. Grimwood. How about you, Mr. Hayworth? I did just the same, in a manner of speaking. You see, I'm not quite sure what to make of it all. Well, you went through the trouble of digging up that info, so you may as well share it with the rest of the class. Agreed. The information may be beneficial to our investigation. I suppose you're right. I asked my business associates if the name Minith rang any bells, having never heard of it myself. What they informed me is that he's been making inquiries about a certain market since arriving in Crossbell. And what market would that be? Land prices in various locations throughout Crossbell. Land prices? He sounds more like a real estate agent at this point, ja, ne? Stimmt wohl. Why would a Quincy Company employee even need that kind of information? The answer to just might be instrumental in helping us figure out Minith's true objective here. You think so? It's certainly something worth considering. Incidentally, I may have discovered something else of note since we last saw one another. Huh? Harold? Chief Tolter? Could I ask you to help me with something in my office? Find something in my office. At your office, Ian? I don't mind, but is it important? Well, it isn't substantial enough to prove anything in and of itself. but we may be able to use it as a final nail in the coffin once you've pinned Minith down. You really got something like that up your sleeve, Grizzly Grim? Possibly. But we may not make it in time, so please don't wait for us. Sie werden, rechtzeitig ankommen. Wetten? You ought to get to Amorica Village as quickly as you can. If Minith is the criminal we think he is, then his plan could very well be in its final stages as we speak. I'm confident, however, that the evidence you have on hand will be enough for you to solve the case. Best of luck, SSS. Got it. Thanks, Mr. Grimwood. Okay, guys, off to Amorica Village. It's sent to reveal Minith's true colors and stop his phony deals dead in their tracks. Right. Okay. Warum teleportieren wir nicht sofort hin? Ah, falsch. Garage. Reite das Karre? Nach Amorica Village? Okay. Kommt von alleine das Event. Damn it, did they really already close the deal? U6 again. The special support section. Derek, Minith, we have a few things we'd like to ask. What kinds of agreements were you hoping to conduct today? Meddling in my affairs on my father's behalf again, are you? Haha! Please, Derek, there's no harm in answering their questions. After all, our plan has already been set into motion. And what do you mean by that? Right before you all arrived, Derek and I finished signing the requisite paperwork. In doing so, we have arranged to expand the operations of the lotus fields lent to me by the villagers. The Quincy Company will then take over the management of the fields. What? You signed away the rights to almost all of the village's agriculture. Is this really what you want, Derek? What are you talking about? Nothing is changing. I'm only transferring management of the fields to him. Yes, of course. It's quite simple, really. With my company harvesting the honey, we'll be able to streamline production of the candy. A temporary transfer of the land rights to my company is the necessary first step to facilitate the process. Crafty bastard. The scheme has reached its final phase, which means... Now then, Derek, I'll be delivering this contract to our main office. We'll be in touch come tomorrow. Look forward to good news. Sounds great, I'll be waiting. Lloyd? We can't let them get away. Before you go, Minith, we have a few more questions. Oh? And what might they be? Well, for starters, are you aware of the allegations leveled against you? The primary of which of course is suspicion of fraud? What? That's absurd. How dare you insult Minith like that? No, Derek, please calm yourself. Minith? The special support section, was it? What could possibly make you suspect me of being a common criminal? Surely you have some manner of proof of your claim. That we do. Intriguing. Why don't you tell me about all this then? All about it then. But first let me remind you that I am an imperial citizen. If it turns out that your allegations are indeed entirely baseless, I will do what I must to right that indignity, police officers though you may be. That's fine with us. Lloyd? Don't worry, Ellie. Let me handle this. Based on our investigation, there's no doubt in my mind that Minith is guilty. I'm going to expose him to the fraud he is and show Derek the truth. How very glib. If that's how you want to play this, then go right ahead. I'll answer anything you like. Well, your first question. Right. About your actions in Crossbell. There's a contradiction between what you've said and what you've done. Could you please recount your actions for me? A contradiction? Well, since Since arriving in Crossbell, I have been cooperating with Derek to advance our plans. That plan will result in the formation of the American Honey Company, a subsidiary of the Quincy Company. It will specialize in producing candy made from America's high-quality honey. Combined with my company's acumen, it is a surefire success. The venture has already been approved by the city and is just about prepared to launch. Tell me what is so contradictory about that. Well, everything. This plan is more like a charade from where I'm standing. Our investigation has uncovered a key discrepancy in what you just said. You see, Minith... that plan is underway? The potential proficiality, nee, profitability, confectionery acumen. Also es soll heißen, dass the plan is underway. The records we looked into at the IBC reveal your mistake. You say this plan is prepared to launch. In reality, it hasn't actually made any progress at all. The IBC? What are you talking about? Consider this. If the Quincy Company truly did intend to go through with this plan in Crossbell, it would need a loan from the IBC to fund the construction and development of the subsidiary. Well, yes, of course. I registered the company of the city with the city and opened a corporate account. But that's as far as you went, isn't it? The account for the American Honey Company contained no more than the minimum balance required to open it. While we weren't told the exact amount, I would speculate it's only in the tens of thousands of mehrerer. So how are you planning to build a factory and run a business with so little starting capital? You looked at my IBC account? This can't be true, can it, Minith? Please don't misunderstand, Derek. I never said there was any credence to their claims. I'm merely commenting on the audacity it takes to do something so invasive. Forget that. Explain why there's hardly any mehrerer in that account. Being an executive of the company, I must be especially judicious when moving money around. As such, I can take out a loan on behalf of the Quincy Company. Of course, I will be securing one from the IBC once I've received permission from the main office. Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. A deft evasion. Don't count us out just yet. I can tell Minith is getting frustrated. If we continue to press him and pile on the evidence, we can get him to crack. That look on your face tells me you have something more to ask. It just so happens that I do. Okay, ich glaube vielleicht dann war das doch nicht, was ich erkannt habe, was dazu gehört hat. That was far from our only point of contention about you, Minith. You're still not satisfied? Don't let them rattle you, Derek. This will be a good opportunity for me to clear your mind of any and all doubt. Next, I'd like to ask you, Minith. You say you're an executive of the Quincy Company. But is that really true? Wait, what are you implying? Are you trying to say that Minith isn't associated with the Quincy Company at all? That's what our evidence points to. Aha! Aha! Oh, goodness me, I didn't expect you to say something so outlandish. How about I show you my business card and employee ID? These articles could easily be forged. Regardless, we have evidence that should supersede either of those. And we found it in the Quincy Company informational brochure. An informational brochure? Oh yeah, the one in Mademoiselle's room. We recorded the main points of the in the detective notebook. Das hätte ich vielleicht lesen sollen. The brochure comes directly from the Quincy Company's main office, so there's no doubt as to its authenticity. What's more, there's a clear discrepancy between its contents and what you told us yesterday. What I told you? That's right. Something you mentioned made it clear to us that you aren't the executive you claim to be. Creation of the subsidiary, nee. His history in sales, nee. His dislike of sweets. Das ist die richtige Antwort, ehrlich? Hat er das erwähnt? Stimmt! Stimmt, er hat das erwähnt! Doch, na klar, er hat gesagt, er ist nicht wirklich so ein Fan von Süßigkeiten. Aber er arbeitet trotzdem dort. Irgendwie sowas war da was. Allow me to quote a statement you made yesterday. Despite working for the company, I have never been one for sweets. Do you deny this fact? Lloyd, how exactly is that relevant? That's right, I don't care for sweets. Haha. What of it? Are you trying to say that someone who dislikes sweets couldn't possibly work at a confectionery company? A confectionery company in general, maybe, but not this one in particular. What are you on about? Who do you work for? The confectionery police department? That is what was written here in the brochure. Prototypes are personally sampled by our executives. Okay, das war damit gemeint. Okay. Who, after many meetings, decide whether a product is worthy to go to market. Isn't that curious? What does that... Wait! It doesn't make sense that someone like Mineth, who dislikes sweets, would be hired by a company like Quincy. Not with a tradition like that. Wouldn't you agree? That's... No, I mean, I never said I hated sweets. That's not gonna work on us. You admitted to not liking them in this very conversation. How stupid do you think we are? Yeah. So that raises the question. Why would you lie about being an executive of the Quincy company? It's simple. You intended to gain Derek's trust before ripping him off. This is the only deduction I can make based off the evidence. As for the confectioner seeking to make use of America's honey, the Quincy company was merely a name with weight to it, one that Mineth threw around as a show of credibility. Mineth, what is the meaning of this? You tricked me? Derek, don't allow yourself to be deceived by those scoundrels. What did you call us? I mean, think about it for a second. Let's say, for argument's sake, that I did come to America Village for the purpose of founding a fraudulent honey company. If that being the case, I had an ulterior motive in deceiving my very good new friend Derek. Then what was it? Why would I go to such ridiculous lengths? If you have no proof to back your claims, then you've no right to call me a fraud. You should arrest yourselves for slander. We do bear the burden of proof, as well as providing a viable motive. As far as the motive goes, I think I have a pretty good idea. What? Are you sure, Lloyd? I've barely even started untangling everything that's going on here. Don't worry, I've got this. The person who pointed us in the right direction today also went to retrieve the final piece of evidence we need. The last piece of the puzzle that'll oust Mineth once and for all. Quit with the mumbling. If you have something to say, then out with it. With pleasure. You went to the village to all these lengths to deceive this village with one goal in mind. Monopolizing honey sales, peddling knock-off Orbital cars. Nee, seizing land rights. Natürlich. Das wissen wir, das ist offensichtlich, ja. Your true objective here is obtaining the land rights to America Village itself. What? A trader we know named Harold Hayworth gave us some information about you. Du solltest seinen Namen vielleicht nicht so direkt sagen. Der sollte vielleicht anonym bleiben, das ist keine gute Idee. Immediately after arriving in Crossbell, you, Mineth, started looking into land prices throughout the state. If you were employed by the Quincy Company in search of new business ventures, this would make no sense. So why do it? I can only think of one possibility. Seizing land was your aim from the very start. It was? Of all the outrageous schemes, there's more to it. America Village is surrounded by scenic beauty, making it a high-value location. Suppose the deeds were sold to a third party as prime real estate for a villa resort. Moment, das ist ja der exakt selbe Scheme wie bei der Capua Family. Moment. Ist Mineth vielleicht auch der die Capuas dann über den Tisch gezogen hat? Macht ihr jetzt einfach dasselbe nochmal? Okay. Suppose the deeds were sold to a third party as prime real estate for a villa resort. How much mirror do you think that would go for? Land like this, I would estimate somewhere in the tens of millions of mirror. That said, I don't think the villagers would ever agree to such an arrangement. Exactly. That's what made this whole fraudulent ruse painstaking as it was a necessity. Now, if you assume your motive was to obtain the land itself, your actions became that much more clear. Ja, ne? Also, ich habe das komplett auch vergessen. Ich habe mich auch nur daran erinnert, weil du es erwähnt hast. Weil diese Geschichte mit der Capua Family, das habe ich ganz vergessen, wie das lief. First, you obtain the rights to the lotus fields, the farmland, and the village's private property. Then, under the pretext of returning to your company's main office, you vanish from Crossbell entirely. Finally, you sell the deeds on the black market and pocket a hefty sum of mirror their worth. That, Minith, has been your plan the entire time. Minith, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Lloyd! Is that? Thank goodness, it looks like we made it in time. Derek? Father? Mr. Hayworth? Aren't you from Mr. Grimwood's office? I am his assistant, Pete. He would have come himself, but he had to get back to drafting the Constitution. Did you come with evidence? Warum hat er so einen Jungen, warum hat er ein Kind als Assistent? Das verstehe ich immer noch nicht. That we did. Ian said this would prove to be useful insurance. You're all going to want to take a look at this. Pete produced a photograph for everyone to see. It was of a man who looked like a merchant with the same face as Minith's. That man in the picture is... Why? Why do you have this? A reporter Mr. Grimwood knew in the Empire gave this to him a long time ago. However, the name on this photo isn't Minith, it's Rittner. Ich hatte recht, er ist derselbe, der die Capurs über Tisch gezogen hat. Rittner? I feel like we heard that name recently. I remember. It's the name of the man who stole the Erebonian Baron's land. The one Mr. Grimwood told us about. Oh yeah, that dude. That's right, I asked Ian about it again. And he said there's no mistaking it. Well, this is a plot twist I wasn't expecting. Lloyd, why don't you do Minith the honors? Tell him the only thing this photo could mean. With pleasure. The reason the man before us, Minith, and the man in the photo, Rittner, look identical is... They're twins! Minith is Rittner in disguise. They're the same person. Ich meine, Minith is Rittner in disguise ist dasselbe als the same person. Die beiden sind dieselben Antworten. Na gut, aber ja, they're the same person. Minith and Rittner are one and the same. That's the only explanation. And it's because they're the same person that their MOs are such a close match. Mr. Grimwood came to the same conclusion. This man must have swindling down to an exact orbal science. You're a crook, Minith. As such, you'll be charged with attempted fraud. This is, of course, on top of the fraud you previously committed in Erebonia. I can only guess how many skeletons we'll find in your closet when we get done with you. I would very much like to hear all the details in the department's interrogation room. Ja, irgendwie so, aber das ist trotzdem falsch. Das ist schlecht formuliert. You damn you! I am a professional. My work must be flawless. You meddlesome brats! Minith? Don't get too full of yourself just yet. You may have won this time, but I won't be apprehended so easily. What? Come, my lovely beasts. What? What the fuck? Ah! Monsters? They appear to be well trained too. Those cougars don't freaking tell me. No. Derek! Chief Tolter is too dangerous. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I know precisely what I'm doing, hence why I'm doing it. Oh, and don't think for even a second about trying to fight me. That is unless you don't value the lives of Derek and the villagers. Alter. Now step aside if you would. Haha! Fare thee well! We shall never meet again. Das hatte die Mafia auch. Ja, genau. Das sind die Mafia-Viecher. Derek! Damn it, we can't just let him escape. After him! No! He managed to get away. I've never been so frustrated. I can't believe a spineless coward like him gave us a slip. At least none of the villagers were hurt. Let's look at the silver lining. What a mess. If we come across him again, he won't be so lucky. For now though, let's regroup with Chief Tolter and the villagers so we can report what's happened. Yeah, that's a good idea. Und natürlich musste jetzt auch Randy darüber nachdenken, weil diese Kampfmonster waren eigentlich, glaube ich, eher die von der Red Constellation. Die sahen so rot aus, ne? I can't thank you all enough for what you've done today. It is no exaggeration to say that you saved the village from the clutches of a conman. Though he still got away in the end. Yeah, but now the department knows to keep a lookout for him. It should only be a matter of time before he's caught. Derek? I made a grave mistake, and I put everyone through so much trouble, just so they could fix it. I let that man rope me into his scheme, and it nearly cost us all of our livelihoods. Don't be so hard on yourself. You're not the one who's guilty. Wrong. It's my fault completely. No two ways about it. I was so desperate to fix and reform America that I ignored my father and almost drove it into the ground instead. I have no right to become the next village chief. That is why you're wrong. Father? I've been so stuck in the old ways that I never tried to hear your proposals for what they were. I've known the village will go under if we maintain our current course, and yet I've done nothing. It is my inaction that drove you to do this. Thus, I must bear a large share of the responsibility for letting it happen. That's very admirable, Chief Tolter. Thanks to this crisis, I finally realized where I went wrong. The welfare of this village cannot hinge entirely on the ideology of a single stubborn old man. So instead, Derek, I would ask that you provide me your input as well. We will each contribute our ideas and discuss them with the villagers. That is the only way we can ensure the future of America. You're right. I'm so sorry, Father. From here on out, I'm going to dedicate myself to the betterment of the village. I'm happy the two of you were able to reconcile. Haha, same. Makes almost losing your whole village to some crooks worth it, wouldn't you say? Put a sock in it, Wazi. Learn how to read the room. I'm really sorry about him. I swear we've tried everything. At any rate, we owe you all an enormous debt, so allow me to express my thanks once more. I also owe my gratitude to Mr. Grimwood. It's a shame he couldn't be here. I'll pass your thanks on to Mr. Grimwood and let him know what happened. Even if I only played a minor role, I'm glad I could be of assistance. I look forward to your continued partnership, Chief Tolter. Same to you, Harold. If you could, keep a lookout for Minith, just in case he returns. And of course, you can always contact the SSS if you ever need our assistance. Hopefully, it'll never be for anything related to this ordeal again. We'll be sure to keep you in mind. Wow, das war mal eine Sidequest. Meine Fresse, die war involviert. War aber ganz cool. War eine richtige Polizeiuntersuchung quasi. Ne? Eine richtige Investigation. War überrascht, dass kein Kampf am Ende kam mit den ganzen Mizis. Okay. Okay, es heißt jetzt gerade... dass die nächste Quest mich davon abhält... Ja, aber vielleicht kommt da noch was. Also Minith ist ja jetzt davon gekommen. Also bin ich mir eigentlich ziemlich sicher, dass der nochmal in einer dritten Quest vorkommt und wir dann kämpfen müssen. Das wäre jetzt meine Vermutung. Jetzt steht gerade für die nächste Quest, finishing this subquest will prevent you from accessing the antique shop until the next day. If you need something from there, purchase it now before finishing this quest. Aber welcher Antique Shop? Was meinen Sie mit Antique Shop? Meinen die Melder? The fuck? Warum? Hä? Melder is using a communication device installed back in the cottage. Damn that man, that old fossil isn't picking up at all. What are you doing in Melder? Oh, it's you kids. I was merely trying to contact George to ask him about my new doll. Ach, holy shit. Okay, Meister George, Jörg, wie auch immer. You mean? Yes, but I haven't been able to get a hold of him all day. I'm sure he's there, but if he's in the middle of work, he won't be answering for a while. That's right, we learned that Imelda and the Meister knew each other when we took on that request earlier in the year. There seems like a good chance as any to ask her about his studio. So what are you kids doing here? Did you need something? If it's an antique you want, you know I'm always ready to make a sale. Not quite. We wanted to ask you a few quick questions. And why exactly are you kids snooping around about that place, we were just curious, that's all. Really now. Well, alright. But it's not as though I know very much about Jörg myself. After all, he's a reclusive hermit who whittles his days away tinkering with dolls. Hardly the talkative sort. I already mentioned that he's handling our concierge sets, but that's about all I can tell you. That wasn't as helpful as we were hoping. As long as I can make a profit from his dolls, I couldn't care less. The old cult's private life is hardly any business of mine. So much for them being pals. He's just a cash cow to her. Perhaps the professional nature of their relationship is the very reason they're still on good terms. Sounds like our only choice is to visit the man himself. Yeah, you're right. Let's go, guys. Okay, aber hier... Gibt es hier irgendwas? Ach Gott, der Scheiß ist so teuer, ey. Nee. Also, wir sollen... Crossbell Airport, okay. Wir müssen zum Süden, glaube ich, ist das. Ja, meine Nase. So, Aaron. Wer ist Aaron? Du bist Aaron. Excuse me, are you with the Carport Delivery Service? Holy shit, die sind ja hier! Die sind ja sogar hier! Ach du meine Güte! Ob die dann später irgendwie mit in die Quest dann reinkommen, um Minith zu verknacken? Das wäre eigentlich cool. Yeah, I am. Who are you guys? We're with the Special Support Section of the Crossbell Police. We came to speak with you about the support request you submitted. Oh, so it's you. Thanks a bunch. I'm in a real bind here. The job's going to take a while to complete, though. Are you ready to start now? Yes. Of course. You can count on us. The request was about some misdelivered packages, right? Yeah, and boy were they misdelivered. See, our company delivers parcels to places all over the continent. But unfortunately, we made an error while we were here in Crossbell. Several packages were listed with incorrect addresses by our staff and sent to the wrong locations. That does sound like a problem. How does such a mistake happen to multiple packages at once? Well, our president's a little bit of a scatterbrain, to put it nicely. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, either. Sehr verlässlicher Transportunternehmen. One time he even mixed up a shipping label with a letter from a friend. Das war Trails the Third. Wow. Doesn't sound like your president's the most meticulous person out there. I won't deny it, but he's a good man. When we had nowhere to go, he'd take us in with open arms. Sorry, I got off topic there. Long story short, I need you to help straighten out all the packages that ended up in the wrong addresses. We usually have a local shipping company handle the cargo once it gets to Crossbell State, so I'd have no idea where I was going. Sounds simple enough. Do you happen to have a beat on where all those errant deliveries are? Ah, yes, according to what I have here, a parcel intended to St. Ursula Hospital ended up at Mainz, der Ziegel Inn. While St. Ursula received instead was originally bound for a private home at the residential area. I'd like for you to go to each of these places, reclaim the misdelivered packages, and get them to their rightful recipients. Oh, and you're going to need these. Fragile package? Shipping label? Okay. I take it this is the package that was supposed to go to Der Ziegel? And this shipping label was supposed to be attached to the one that was delivered to St. Ursula? That's right. So first off, deliver this little parcel to Der Ziegel Inn. Then the package there should go to St. Ursula Hospital. Which means you'll be able to swap them with, you know, the more I try to sort this out in my head, the more confusing it gets. Basically, we just need to exchange and redeliver the packages in order. Yeah, do that. Ja, macht das. Macht ihr mal. Ist in Ordnung. Sorry, I know this is a mess, but I'm counting on your help. Don't worry, I think we can handle it. Let's start by going to Der Ziegel in Mainz first. Vor allem Der Ziegel in Mainz. This is gonna be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Okay. Geh halt wieder zurück nach Crossbell, meine Fresse, dann kann man die Schnellreisefunktion nutzen. Meine Güte. Bäh. Ab nach Mainz. Wo ist noch Mainz? Da ist Mainz. Nicht deins. Mainz. Hey, if this isn't the kids from the police. You're looking to book a room with us? Not quite. We came to ask you a case we're working on. Have you received a strange package recently by any chance? Strange packages? Strange packages? Oh, as a matter of fact, the most peculiar delivery came in earlier. Why anyone thought to send it to us, I couldn't even begin to guess. Do you happen to know something about it? Jackpot. Well, actually, yeah, blah blah blah. Oh, so that's what happened. So the package we received was supposed to go to St. Ursula then? No wonder it was chock full of scalpels and such. I can only imagine how disconcerting it was when they suddenly arrived. You don't know the half of it. Luca got so spooked she was hell-bent on throwing them out with the trash tomorrow. It's a good thing we made it in time. Here, let me give you the package you were supposed to receive. Natural package, thank you very much. Now let's have a look-see. Okay, drinking glasses. I am positive this package is ours. Glad to be of service. Now then, could we please have the package that was misdelivered to you? Of course, give me just a moment. Beeil dich ein bisschen, danke. Here you are. I trust you'll get that in the hospital where it should be. Thanks, we will. Alright, let's drop by St. Ursula Hospital next. We should inquire at the reception. Ja, mein Gott, komm, mach den. Ab ins Krankenhaus. Welcome back to the St. Ursula Special Support Section. Did you know? So does that mean the package is currently in the nurse's station? Yes, it should be. Feel free to go to the second floor and have a look for yourself. Okay. It really makes your heart go out to the poor nurse who was falsely accused. Just a little. Anyway, let's head upstairs. Martha. Honestly, Siron, you should be old enough to know better than this. Why is it that you can't even place a simple order without making these mistakes? No, there's gotta be some other explanation. Just ask Maifa, she even watched me put the order together. I mean, sure, it took me 20 tries before I got the numbers right, but we did it eventually. The things Maifa has put up with. You're lucky she's so fond of you. Ich glaube tatsächlich, wenn wir hier weiter wirklich mit jedem geredet hätten mal, hätten wir mit dieser Krankenschwester wirklich ein paar Dialoge gehabt, die gezeigt haben, wie eigentlich schusselig die ist. Also das ist, glaube ich, so ein Running Gag mit ihr. Pardon us, did something happen? Oh, hello, SSS. Zitrone hier. Zitrone. Sie heißt Zitrone. Meine Güte. He was tasked with placing an order for medical supplies. But we've run into a problem of sorts. The package that arrived didn't have any supplies. Instead, it had some sort of worn-out doll inside, God knows why. Mind you, this isn't Citrone's first offense. Earlier this year, she botched an order of bed sheets too. Oh, come on, why won't you believe me? I'm telling you I got it right. Lloyd, are you thinking this is the same thing I am? Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. What are you two referring to? Well, we might know a thing or two about what happened here. A misdelivery? So the package we received was never meant for us to begin with? That's right, we're currently in the middle of sorting it all out. Will this happen to be the package you were expecting? It appears so. These are the medical tools I placed an order for. Thank you for coming all this way to deliver them to us. I suppose I owe you an apology, Zitrone. I hope you can forgive me. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions about your incompetence, even though you are very incompetent. Klatscht ihr links und rechts noch eine. Oh, it's all water under a bridge now. As long as you're still not mad at me. Not still, maybe auch immer. Oh, I almost forgot. They should have put it somewhere in here. Inside. Ah, there it is. My new Kagemaru strap. Since we were already placing an order, I figured I might as well add this to the package too. Isn't he just adorable? Ah, okay, ja, wir merken's. Zitrone, perhaps we're going to need to have another talk after all. Minka dreht wieder durch. Sorry to interrupt, but if you wouldn't mind, could we take the package you received by mistake? We'll make sure it gets to the right person. Why, of course. Give me just a moment. Ah, there it is. Be careful with it now. Small trunk. Thanks. We'll take care of it from here. Let's see, according to the shipping label that Aaron gave us, this package was meant for a private address in the residential district. Now all we have to do is deliver it, and the request will be complete. The residential district? It must be one of the homes near Speaker McDowell's then? Do you recognize this address, Ellie? Let me take a closer look. I think so, but this address... If I'm not mistaken, it's the empty house to the right of Representative Campbell's. Wait, isn't that the house people kept saying was haunted 10 years back? Stimmt, da war ja was. Da war was, ja. Yes, that's the one. The hell? Then what's going on? Is it possible someone moved in recently? I couldn't really say for sure. Only way to find out is to head there ourselves. So let's go deliver this package. Was? Nee, Residential District hier ist doch. Hier, ne? This is definitely the address. You're right, but... This place doesn't exactly feel lived in. What I mean? Did someone mess up? Maybe the sender wrote down the wrong address? It's possible. Even if they did, the delivery slip doesn't actually list a recipient, only a destination. Either way, we aren't going to find out anything for sure unless we ask. What's wrong to you? Nothing. Hold on, look. It's open? It was a little ajar, so I thought it might be. Well, we may as well show ourselves in and see if someone really did order this. Yeah, I guess so. Tio? Das ist das erste Mal, dass wir jetzt in dieses Haus können, ne? Oh, wow, es ist ein Haus im Sepia-Ton. Das heißt, wir sind in der Vergangenheit. Wir sind in einem Flashback auf einmal geraten. Excuse us, is anyone home? What did I tell you? No one lives here. But this is definitely the address listed in the delivery slip. The front entrance wasn't locked either. Girl's voice. Who are you? What the fuck? Huh? A girl? Oh, excuse us, little girl. Are you the only one home? We're either here to deliver a package, and... Oh, you mean she's finally here? Don't you stand there, come in! What the fuck? The kid was so excited she didn't even let you finish. Looks to me like we found our recipient. She's clearly expecting a delivery after all. That's odd though. If there really was a little girl living here, I'm sure I've heard of it. Don't know what to tell you. You met the squirt 10 seconds ago, same as the rest of us did. Just what the hell is going on here? Ich glaube, hier spukt's wirklich. I wish I had a good answer for that. But for now, let's follow her in and see where that leads. Maybe she can give us a better idea of what the story with this place is? Aber, oh, nee, Moment, okay, doch nicht. Well, here's the package you ordered, I think. Yay, she's finally come home. Upsy daisy. That's one raggedy doll. Think it's one of those famous antiques? You know, from the Rosenberg studio? I don't think so. It doesn't look very expensive to me. So this doll, did it used to be one of yours, maybe? Ja, diese Puppe sieht genauso aus wie... She's not an it. She's my beloved little sister. Isn't she just adorable? Is she now? Well, thank goodness we were able to reunite the two of you then. Thank you, everyone. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to take her back to our bedroom. Wollen wir wetten, dass sie jetzt da reingeht? Sie bleibt eine Weile und wir gucken nach. Ey, wie geht's dir? Und niemand ist da? I the only one who feels completely lost about this? It doesn't seem like anyone else is home either. No parents or anything. What's wrong, Theo? Nothing. It was only my imagination, I think. Hey, who's in here? Someone's at the front door now? Another guest, perhaps? Her parents don't seem to be home, so maybe we should answer for her. Yeah, good call. Imelda? Imelda? Well, if it isn't the S&S. And what are you doing in a place like this? Well, we came on police business. What brings you all the way out here from your antique shop? Police business? What the devil for? This house has been completely abandoned for over a decade. As for what I'm doing here, I've been using this building as a warehouse for my merchandise for some time now. What's the matter? You look like you just saw a ghost. Alright, what's the big idea here? Even if Imelda's telling the truth about using this place for storage space, how do you explain the creepy little girl we just handed that doll to? Good question. We could ask her ourselves. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Right, there has to be. I'm pretty sure she went into that back door just past the living room. What? Are your ears screwed on right? I just told you no one lives here. What? Where did the little girl go? She thinks she's hiding somewhere? Lloyd, look at those. Huh? Oh, boy. Dolls. I recognize the one we just delivered, but the other one, it looks just like the girl we spoke to. I think the lot of you owe me an explanation here, wouldn't you say? Now spill it. Or would you rather arrest yourselves for trespassing? I don't think that's how it works, but I'll try to explain. I see. Turns out what he said had a grain of truth in it after all. What are you talking about? I purchased one of those two dolls while traveling abroad many years back. They were said to have been crafted to resemble the daughters of a noble family from long ago. Minka! Sag mal, was ist denn los mit dir? Alles gut? Minka ist am Durchdrehen. They were a set of twins, so two dolls were made. Unfortunately, I was only able to get my hands on one of them. There's nothing wrong with the doll per se, but strangely, I could never convince anyone to even consider buying it. Sogar ich konnte Minka hören, ja, die ist laut gerade, ja. Jetzt will sie sich verstecken. Die sitzt auf dem Sofa, duckt sich runter und guckt mich an. Als ob ich sie nicht sehen könnte. Ich kann dich sehen. Du bist nicht gut im Verstecken, Minka. What does that last part have to do with anything? For a detective, you're astonishingly dim. The point is, you were made to deliver a second doll, whereupon you came across a mysterious girl who resembles the first. What I am saying is perhaps that doll came to life and summoned her twin to her, no? That's ridiculous. Ja, aber was hast du gerade erlebt hier? Was habt ihr gerade hier gesehen? A certain man has always insisted to me that every doll has its own destiny. Perhaps the old fogey was onto something this whole time. Every doll has its own destiny. I do remember Meister Jörg saying something along those lines. Are you telling us the girl we spoke to was the ghost of this doll? I refuse to believe it. The veracity of that claim aside, there is a substantial concentration of spiritual energy in this building. I can sense the presence of the three hell elements too, the way I could at the Moon Temple and Stargazer Tower. In other words, what we witnessed may have been a spiritual phenomenon of sorts. A spiritual phenomenon? That would explain the hair standing up the back of my neck. Man, this would be a hell of a lot easier if we were all just hallucinating. But if Theodore says there's something to it, I'm not gonna tell her otherwise. You're kidding, right? I don't want to believe any of this. My, but it's fun to watch you all shiver and tremble yourself silly. At the end of the day, whether or not you put any stock into the blatherings of that reclusive doll fanatic is up to you. But the one thing is for certain, and that is, now that those sisters are reunited, they can finally find a proper home. By which I mean a prospective buyer. And that's good news for my bottom line. It's always about the money, huh, old bag. Anyway, that wraps up this request, I think. Let's go back and report to that cardboard delivery service employee. Right, the sooner we leave this house of horrors, the better. Hey, looks like you managed to get all the packages where they needed to go. You guys are lifesavers, thanks, Special Support Section. It was no problem. So, not that it's any of my business, but... Is she okay? Her face is kind of pale. It couldn't have been. We didn't talk to her, did we? Haha, I guess she's still a little bit haunted by the experience. I don't blame her. Give her some time and she'll be fine. Yeah, don't worry about it too much. If you say so. Anyway, I best bet going now. If I ever need help in Crossbell again, I'll let you know. Call us anytime. We'll be happy to assist. Steht dann eigentlich hier das, Ah ja, hier, tatsächlich das Ding hier. Wie hieß es noch? Wie hieß das Schiff noch mal von denen? Die Tomcat? Oder so ähnlich? Bobcat, die Bobcat, so hieß es. So, und was wir jetzt tatsächlich nochmal machen sollen, ist, wir sollten nochmal hier in das Haus reingehen. Weil hier ist ja noch das Magazin. Deep Paintwork. Tender Loving Car. Und jetzt haben wir tatsächlich alles für unser Auto. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice. Jetzt haben wir noch eine letzte Nebenquest, eine versteckte, die tatsächlich noch interessant werden könnte. Erinnert ihr euch an den Reporter? Nielsen, hier ist er, glaube ich, ne? Ja, genau, Nielsen hieß der. Nun, wenn wir nach Mainz fahren... Und wo hier... Der auch blind ist, genau der. Und wenn wir hier mal gucken... Irgendwo hier... Im Hotel, keine Ahnung wo genau... Muss der wohl auch sein. Da ist er. Und der kann uns nochmal ausfragen. Mr. Nielsen? Hmm? Oh, is that you, Lloyd? Yes, hello again. I'm glad you remember me. Haha. I never forget the voices of those I have had the pleasure of interviewing. Is this man? Yeah, he's that famous journal they met a little while back. That's right, Marcel Nielsen. What brings you to mind, if I may ask? I have an interview scheduled with Mayor Bixon, as it so happens. I'll be asking him for his account of the Mainz's origins as a Septium mining village, as well as how it has changed in the modern day. Ich muss mal kurz was trinken, Entschuldigung. Ah. With the topic of independence looming over Crossbell, I thought it pertinent to reflect on the state's history. Not a bad idea. That's a very insightful perspective to have, for lack of a better phrase. Ha! I'll consider it a compliment. My circumstances do give me a penchant for taking things the long way around. But enough about me. I heard you all contributed to stopping the terrorist attack at the trade conference. With that in mind, I have the urge to interview about the matter. Would you mind terribly? You see, there are several lingering questions I have regarding the motivations behind that attack. I suspect speaking with you will help me uncover the meaning of it all. The meaning behind the terrorist attack? That may be difficult to divulge. Theo's right. Information about that case is restricted to members of the state government and police force. Even if we do take your questions, we'll be pretty limited in what we can disclose. That's understandable and well within my expectations. Nevertheless, I believe there is still merit to be had in discussing the matter. What do you say? Our last interview with him was definitely insightful. Participating in a second one would be a good idea if we have the time. Yo. Alright, we'll agree to your interview. Splendid! Thank you for your time. Let's begin right away then. Thank you all again for agreeing to this interview. Our topic of discussion is the recent terrorist attack that occurred at the West Myria Trade Conference. To begin, I would like to confirm the identity of the perpetrators involved. Could you do that for me? Okay, Imperial Liberation Front, Anti-Immigration Front, beide. Two terrorist cells from within the major powers were working in conjunction with one another. One was the Imperial Liberation Front from Erebonia. The other was comprised of members of Calvard's anti-immigration faction. That's right. Those were indeed the parties responsible. I will refrain from delving into their backgrounds and founding principles. However, it is worth noting that the two groups have no history of collaboration, and yet they mounted a united front against the conference. I am given to understand that they were abetted by a so-called society that had also been operating covertly in Lebur. Yeah, the Society of Ouroboros. Thinking back, the terrorists were making use of archaisms at the trade conference. Do you know of the society, Mr. Nielsen? I've come across that name before, yes. They're a bit of an enigma, to be certain. I take it your work has led to you learning of them as well? We've heard a thing or two. Ja, die Nationalisten in Calvard haben sich einfach keinen Namen gegeben, ne? Die heißen einfach die Calvardische Nationalistenfront oder wie auch immer die hießen. Die hatten ja Branding-Probleme. The more we hear, the shadier they seem to be. At any rate, we can say definitely that their true aims are completely shrouded in mystery. Trying to deduce their objectives at this stage would be entirely in vain. I'm inclined to agree with that. Let us move on to the next topic then. I would like to review the intentions and perspective of the two major powers in regards to the attack. My sources tell me that each nation employed outside forces in secret. Both of these forces contributed greatly to the resolution of the incident. What I find peculiar is that although the Empire and Republic foresaw the attack, they elected not to prevent it, leaving both terror groups at large. I have to wonder why that is. What do you suppose they were trying to achieve, Lloyd? Expose each terrorist group? Nee, das wollten sie nicht. Force Mayor Croix to resign wollten die auch nicht, ja. Contain opposing political factions. Each terrorist group was backed up by a political faction that stands at odds with its respective country's leader. I think their top priority was to keep those two opposing factions in check. In Chancellor Osborne's case, he was looking to put pressure on Erebonia's noble faction. As for President Rocksmith, he was looking to deter anyone who agrees with Calvard's radical nationalists. I agree. That is the only logical explanation for why they allowed the terrorists to remain at large. As a result, the public tide has turned in their favor. Citizens from either country are raising their voices against the aforementioned factions. Political leverage, then, was the end goal. On a separate note, Lloyd, you identified this as their top priority, did you not? I found that curious. Do you mean to imply that they had another objective in mind as well? Well... Lloyd? Yeah, I can imagine one other objective. I also think it was to gain a foothold for their advancement into Crossbell. Oh? Crossbell is in their crosshairs, so to speak. That much was clear as day when both leaders offered to station their troops in Crossbell at the conference. Das wussten wir schon, ne? Die wollten auch ein bisschen Leverage gegen Crossbell bekommen, einfach weil die gesagt haben, ey, hier, seht ihr, hier konnte einfach ein Terrorangriff passieren. Also, das zeigt doch genau, dass ihr nicht in der Lage seid, dass ihr euch selber beschützen könnt. Also, wollen wir euch doch helfen. Wir sind doch so nett. Lasst uns euch doch helfen, so ungefähr. Yes, and the terror attack fueled the narrative that Crossbell cannot keep its borders safe by itself, genau. This only places further pressure on the state to accept their proposals. The non-aggression pact that LeBeau introduced has essentially lost all power as a deterrent at this point. Moreover, Crossbell's independence proposal has placed it square in the public eye at both the Empire and the Republic, thereby redirecting the attention of their country's citizens away from their domestic conflicts and discontent. So even that was by design. I've heard of two birds with one stone, but this is more like downing a flock with a boulder. Ja, kann man wohl so sagen, Randy. Das ist eine gute Umschreibung. Well then, I have seen you've all considered this in just as much detail as I have. If you don't mind, I would like to move us to our final topic. It is apparent that the two countries had a mutual understanding as far as the attack was concerned. Do you believe this to be evidence of a greater alliance between them? Aber mal so gar nicht. Aber mal so überhaupt nicht. No, I think that's out of the question. Ultimately, they both have the same objective, sole possession of Crossbell. Yes, that's exactly right. In the end, the incident at the conference was no more than a one-time instance of them acting in lockstep. Oh, meine Nase, ey. Furthermore, Crossbell is simply too valuable for either country to let it remain as a simple buffer zone. There is no room for allyship if each aspires to take it for themselves. The parallel actions tip their hands as to their conflicting motivations. Well, for a blind man, your aim is impressive. So this was all just a warm-up before the real thing. Eventually they're going to go at each other guns blazing. Yes, and I imagine the war of intelligence they're waging will only worsen from here. The increasing activity from the Jaegers and criminal syndicates in Crossbell can likely be attributed to that as well. Unfortunate as it is, I would not be surprised to see a resurgence in inexplicable incidents such as those from Crossbell's past. Inexplicable incidents? What do you mean? No, never mind that. Forgive me for speaking out of turn. That aside, I believe we've sorted out a number of matters regarding the terror attack. Asking for this interview was a wise decision indeed. Thank you for your time. Likewise, this was very enlightening. I think we understand the current situation more clearly now. It was almost more informative than I was prepared to handle. I'm glad to hear you found it beneficial. It would be wonderful if we could chat like this again sometime, future circumstances permitting. Of course, we'll be more than happy to. Das klingt, als ob wir nochmal ein drittes Interview führen werden irgendwann. Aber das wird noch irgendwann rauskommen. So. Jetzt sagt mir der Walkthrough, dass ich die sämtlichen Zimmerdekorationsszenen machen kann. Aber das haben wir ja schon alles. Wir haben die von Lloyd, wir haben die von Ellie, wir haben die von Tio, wir haben die von Randy, von Noel, von Wazi und von Kia. Wir haben alles, was wir da machen können. Also geht's jetzt schnurstracks zum Puppenstudio. Ich speichere mal eine Runde, wäre vielleicht mal eine Idee. Also ab nach oben zum Puppenstudio. Was passiert denn jetzt alles noch? Oh, das ist noch ein ganzes Stück tatsächlich. Wir haben einen richtigen Dungeon gleich vor uns. Oh. Hey, look! A moving truck? Thank you again, Meister. You've been a great help. With these, we'll be all set for the debut of our new performance in a couple of days. Hades above, your troop is far too demanding with these requests, each and every one of them. Tuning the automata would have been work enough, but designing an entirely new stage set on top of that? I'm a busy man, you know. I really do apologize for that. Ilya and the troop leader can have some pretty lofty standards sometimes. Ich glaube nicht, dass wir auf 7 Stunden kommen, aber ich denke mal, ey, warum machen wir nicht mal ein bisschen länger? Machen wir ja ständig. The extra mechanism they asked you to install was something they just couldn't live without. It doesn't matter now. I have no issue with lending my studio's expertise to service your place. I'm sure the goddess would prefer it to the alternative. Thank you? Oh, come to think of it, Meister. We haven't received your response to our invitations yet. Our concierge would be honored to have you attend the show. It'd be our pleasure after the amazing set and automata you provided us. Your mirror is thanks enough. I appreciate the gesture, but as I said, I'm a busy man. Oh. Meine Güte, was für ein grummeliger alter Furz. I told them he wouldn't go for it. Well, I'd love for him to see how his hard work is being used on stage at least once. Pardon us. Wait, aren't you the SS? We are. You're the stage technician from Arc-en-Ciel, correct? Yep, my name's Heinz. Ketchup. I'm in charge of the props and equipment and such. What are all you doing out here? Come to see the Meister? Something like that. We had a little matter we had wanted to consult him about. Are you here to pick up a commission? Yeah, we had an order for an automaton tune-up and some new set pieces. It was kind of short notice, but the debut of the revival performance coming up. But he did us a real solid getting it done so quickly. Oh boy, to tell you the truth, everyone in his troop owes the Meister a Turim. You don't say. Speaking of which, isn't the revival performance only a couple of days away? That's right, Ilya and the others are kicking it into high gear right about now. Heck, I've been getting into it myself. Was, hast du jetzt auch ein paar Tanzmoves gelernt und willst auch auftreten? What with all the changes we made? Have you now? Sounds like you're all primed to put on a real box office hit. That's the idea, but whoops, I'm a little behind schedule. Gotta get back there, set this all up. See you guys later, stop by and say hi to everyone when you get the chance. We'll be sure to. Be careful on your way back. We already knew the Meister was the one behind Archon's theater magic and all. But man, it kinda makes you forget this place has ties to the society, huh? That it does. Well, at least we know the Meister is in right now. I'm not sure if he'll be willing to tell us anything about the society, but we'll never know if we don't ask. Right. Nothing mentioned, nothing gained, I suppose. Na dann, los geht's. Once you enter the doll studio, you will be unable to visit other areas outside of Crossbell City for the rest of the day. Ich glaube, wir können. Wir haben ja alles eigentlich erledigt sonst. What? Ach, ich habe falsch. Ich habe falsch eingeklickt. Falsch geklickt. Use the arrow knocker. Excuse us! This is the Crossbell Police Special Support Section. Meister Rosenberg, we'd like to have a word with you. There's no need to shout, my hearing is still perfectly fine. Whatever business you must be important if you've come all this way. I don't have very much time to spare, but I will make an exception this once. So long as you keep things short. Oh, hello. What? She's so cute. A Rosenberg doll? An automated one by the looks of it. Enter. The little one will guide you. See to it that you don't wander anywhere you aren't supposed to. Hello. I guess I can't talk. Not that I was expecting it to. Get it out of this gal. Sure doesn't look like any machine I've ever seen. Mind taking us to where your master is, little miss? Ding, 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 ding. Ist ein bisschen laut. Die Puppe. I think we're supposed to follow her. Right? We probably shouldn't keep the Meister waiting. Ouroboros. Just what kind of enemy are we dealing with? Okay. Und ich glaube, er meinte das auch ernst. Wir dürfen nur da lang, oder es wird sowieso die Bewegung uns abgenommen. Wir dürfen wahrscheinlich wirklich nur da lang, wo sie uns hier lang führt. Ob das Studio irgendwann mal ein Dungeon wird oder sowas, das könnte ich mir auch vorstellen. Tatsächlich. Lloyd and the rest of the SSS then followed the automaton inside. After going through what felt like a maze, they emerged in an underground section of the studio. Wow, holy shit! Da ist Pater Martha! What is this place? Und das Logo von Ouroboros am Boden. It's incredible. Die Musik wieder ein bisschen klingt wie von Sheward aus Xenogears. Wow! Is that it? The giant archaism you mentioned before? Yeah, Ren used it back at the Sunfort, I believe. She called it Patermater? So this is where it's been. The hell's this old mechano crap doing down here anyway? I thought this was supposed to be a doll studio. I believe those terminals are connected to the orbital network. This must have been where Kitty was remotely hacking the network. Well, what is it you want? Meister Jörg? Thank you for allowing us to come in and speak with you. We had a few questions we were hoping to ask. Would they, by any chance, happen to be about what Campanella had been up to? Weiß es sofort. Das Ouroboros-Logo oben links, überall. Das ist überall das Logo. Auf dem Boden, an der Tür. Überall ist das Ouroboros-Logo hier. So you know. Do not misunderstand. You are correct that I have ties with the society. In the end, however, I am nothing more than a humble doll maker. I am not directly involved with whatever grand scheme they have planned. So, in other words, you can't tell us exactly what Campanella is plotting to do? I do not know, nor am I in any position to. However, you should understand that he is an enforcer, not an anguish. He is not authorized to propose plans for the society to pursue. The anguish, rather, are the ones who draft such arrangements. Now, hold on just a minute. This is a little too much to take in all at once. Isn't this insider information? Should you really be giving it to us so easily? Huh, it is hardly confidential. There are many on the continent who know of this already. Ouroboros ist ganz dicke Merchandise. Belustigend für eine geheime Gesellschaft. Ja, das ist eine Geheimgesellschaft, die sich gar nicht so wirklich drum schert, irgendwie geheim zu bleiben, ne? Also eigentlich ist denen das relativ wurscht. Habe ich so das Gefühl. The Church, the Guild, the intelligence agencies of the major powers, and even that is only scratching the surface. The society is so widely known, yet still you are able to freely continue making dolls here. As I said, I am not in a position to know all of these societies' inner workings. Take the archaisms, for example. Their construction relies on technologies from many other workshops besides this one. Okay, das klingt jetzt aber so, dass das Doll-Studio hier tatsächlich eines der 13 Fabriken ist. My studio is but one scale on the ever-coiling serpent. Which is why the Church and Guild will never set foot in here without due cause. I suppose that makes sense. Someone like you is more valuable while you're still attached to the snake. Which makes you a handy source of info. Correct. That being said, this studio has already been preemptively outfitted for any contingencies. Even should you break the front door down with an arrest warrant, all you would find is an empty, meager doll studio, nothing more. Not even Patermater. Well, would you like to try your hand in taking me into custody, having heard all of that? You may not have another chance. No, that's not why we're here. You've made your point. We'd like to inquire further, if you're willing to answer. I guess that's all we can do, but it doesn't mean I like it. A wise decision. I take it you'd like to know something more concrete than veiled statements and broad outlines. Narrow your questions down to 3 and I will answer them if I can. Fair enough? What 3 things should we ask him about? Ja, wir müssen alles fragen, glaube ich, ne? Ask about the society's anguish. Das ist schon mal wichtig. Oh, hallo. Die Anguish. Okay, wir sehen schon mal was. Wiseman wissen wir schon. Professor da drüben wissen wir, dass er jetzt ein Anguish ist. Das ist ziemlich deutlich. Und die blonde Dame in der Rüstung kennen wir eigentlich auch schon. Die Anguish. They are the 7 Snake Apostles, who live and serve to realize the Grandmaster's plans. Even I do not know all their identities. However, I am aware of the anguish that will be in arriving in Crossbell before long. Is there any way you can tell us more about them? One is a man, the 6th anguish to be precise. He leads the 13 factories that comprise Erebos' technological network. Wir kriegen jetzt richtig Lore hier. He is the society's greatest theoretician, an engineer with an insatiable appetite. Needless to say, he is a contemptible man. You clearly have a high opinion of him. Just how contemptible are we talking? He is the sort of man who cares for nothing but satisfying his own intellectual curiosity. I am unsure what he hopes to achieve by coming to this land in person, but I can say this for certain. His arrival is anything but good news for Crossbell. We'll take your word for it. He will not be alone, however. The 7th anguish, the Steel Maiden, will also be coming to Crossbell. The Steel Maiden? That's got an ominous ring if I have ever heard one. She's an enigma, to say the least. Briefly put, she is a masterful warrior, whom you have no hope of defeating, even if you were to face her all at once. She's that strong? Trying to wingman your fellow conspirators, I see. It was merely a word of warning. Unlike the 6th anguish, I have heard the 7th anguish is a virtuous individual. However, were you to face her unprepared, it would surely cost you your lives. Bisschen überraschend, dass der Professor ein Anguish ist, hauptsächlich weil ich dachte, er stünde mit den 13 Fabriken in Verbindung. Und diese sind lediglich verpartnert mit Erebos. Ja, aber irgendjemand muss es trotzdem managen, ne? Also, die sind zwar irgendwie unabhängig, aber die gehören, glaube ich, trotzdem irgendwie zu ihm. Also, die gehören nicht zur Gesellschaft direkt, aber zu ihm irgendwie. Also, ich weiß auch nicht, wie diese Verbindung dann eigentlich genau funktioniert, aber er ist trotzdem quasi der Manager der 13 Fabriken, wenn man so will. The Grand Scheme. As I already told you, even I am not familiar with the details. From little I have heard in passing, however, I do know what it is called. The Phantasmal Blaze Plan. Phantasmal Blaze? Well, that's a name rife with symbolism. This plan, does it entail causing some sort of widespread incident in Crossbell? Like the one in Le Beau last year? That can't be. There's no way we could just let it happen. Stop making me repeat myself. I do not know the details. What I can tell you is that the Society's intervention here pales in comparison to what happened in Le Beau. The Society prefers to operate from the shadows above all else. They aren't the type to make their move on the surface. Was that supposed to make us feel better? Because it sure as hell ain't working. Seconded. The fact that you can give us nothing but a name makes whatever they are doing all the more suspect. The Society's relation to the cult. The DG cult, you mean? As far as I know, the two sides never had any direct ties. Having said that, it is a fact that the Society was the one that destroyed the lodge where Ren was being held. Auch interessant, dass der 7. Anguish nun ein Anguish ist, wenn Jörg sie hauptsächlich als starke Kriegerin beschrieb. Was ich eher mit den Enforcers verbinde. Ja, aber die Anguishes sind nicht unbedingt auch nur dafür irgendwie ausgewählt, für ihre Planfähigkeiten, so ungefähr, ne? Also ich überlege gerade, aber ich glaube, es geht doch einfach darum, dass die Anguishes alle so eine spezielle Rolle spielen quasi. Alle haben so ihr Spezialgebiet. Und die vom 7. Anguis ist halt einfach dann direkter Kampf, wenn man so will. What? You're referring to Paradise, right? Yes, my understanding is that the cult used it to lure and exploit influential individuals from around the continent. Ja, genau. Also der Oathbreaker ist was anderes. Das wird, wie gesagt, später kommen. Aber die ist die, die später dann einfach dazu stieß. Die 7. Anguis. Die dann eben auch gesagt hat, sie kommt jetzt dann nach Crossbell. Also die wird auch hier bald erheben sein. Und das wird noch ein Problem werden. In all likelihood, it was brought down because it began to target influential individuals the society was backing. It's nothing short of a miracle that Ren survived that place. That hellhole deserved to get wiped out, but it's not like that makes Ouroboros the good guys either. Yeah. I hope you didn't expect that explanation to win us over. As I said, I'm only telling you what I know. Take it how you will. Finish asking questions. That makes 3 questions I've answered. You've taken up enough of my time. I'm going to have to ask you to leave now. But, Lloyd? Fine. That's what we agreed to, so we'll just be going, for now. Would you mind if we returned for another one of those talks? If I feel so inclined. Keep the following in mind. It is not only Ouroboros that you should have your sights set on. There are other forces to be cautious of in the wake of Crossbell's bid for independence, wouldn't you say? I guess so. The man's got a point. Sounds like you probably know a thing or 3 about that too. Maybe so, maybe not. Off you go. Follow the little one like you did on your way here. If you wander off, I can't guarantee your safety. Wie groß ist diese Fabrik da drin überhaupt? So höflich die Puppe auch. I feel like I just came out of a bad dream. The phantasmal blaze plan, and the 2 Anguis making their way to Crossbell to enact it. It's so fantastical I can barely bring myself to believe it. Just how dangerous are they? From what I've heard about the LeBeau incident, very. We can't take the threat they pose lightly. Still, if what the Meister told us is true, whatever they're planning in Crossbell isn't as extensive as it was in LeBeau. That'd be a relief. I hear they had an enormous battleship to contend with. Not to mention that giant archaism, Pater Martyr. Where did you get that info? The 1st Division has it all labeled as classified. Don't tell me you hear about these kinds of things while working as a host, too. My lips are sealed. Verdächtig. Is something wrong, you two? Well, yeah, just a little. Theodot might be able to explain it better than I could. You mind? I will make an attempt. Having seen the automaton that guided us in and out of the studio, it's become clear the society is far more mischievous than they are malevolent. Mischievous? Yes, they have more technological prowess than both the Epstein Foundation and Science Central Factory, yet they squander it by choice. Consider the research necessary to develop Pater Martyr. It would have been more practical to use those same resources to build 50 airships. You think so? Perhaps they have a source of funding? One deeper than we may realize? Maybe, but whether you're an army or a crime syndicate, Efficiency is typically the highest priority of any organization. Recreation typically doesn't have much of a place there, if at all. But Ouroboros turns all of that right on its head. That makes their motives and rationale all the more baffling to me. Took the words right out of my mouth. The thing about it is, no matter how many anguish and archaisms they've got hiding up their sleeves, the Red Constellation and Heui are probably more of an actual threat, realistically speaking. And that ain't even taking into account whatever the Empire and Republic are up to. Ja, ne, untermalt eigentlich, wie komisch die drauf sind alle. Also das sind alles seltsame Typen, allesamt. That's true. But all four of them put all four of them into one autonomous state together, and they've got a disaster waiting to happen. This kitchen's already has too many cooks without this society. The great big question is, what do they plan to bring to the table? Who's to say? Even backing the terrorists at the trade conference was allegedly on a complete whim on their part. They don't seem to have any interest in involving themselves with conventional power struggles. Außerdem 2 Anguis auf dem Weg bereits. In Crossbell ist kurios Ansicht, dass der vorherige Plan mit Wiseman war nur mit ihm alleine, ja. Also, ich glaube auch, Wiseman war der alleinige Planer des Plans in Le Bourg. Er war der Einzige, der dahinter stand. Und die wurde da eigentlich groß und ganz in freie Hand gelassen, bis am Ende dann alles schief gelaufen ist, ne? Aber, warum hier 2? Warum gerade beide hier sind? Keine Ahnung. In that case, would that make what they are working toward as unconventional as everything else they do? That would mean we're completely in over our heads trying to do anything about it. All we can say for sure is that whatever it is, it can't be good for Crossbell. At any rate, we should return home for now. I want to relay this all to the chief. After that, we should do the same for the CGF and the guild. Regardless of what the society is after, the least we can do is make sure we are ready for them. I agree. Good call. Back to the city we go. Dann bin ich eigentlich schon mal hier lang gelaufen und habe die Kisten eingesammelt, die noch hier waren? Ich glaube ja, ne? Oder war hier keine Kiste? Ich weiß es gar nicht mehr. Aber ich bin schon einmal hier lang gelaufen und habe die Kisten geholt, das weiß ich noch. Jetzt, wo ich mich gerade überlege. Oh. Oh, my Enigma. Who could it be? Get the feeling someone's in need of our services. Special Support Section, Lloyd Bannings speaking. Lloyd! Thank goodness I finally got a hold of you. Oh, hi, Fran. Have you been trying to contact us for a while? I have, but for some reason none of my calls were able to get through. Ah, da war... Das Rosenberg-Studio ist abgeschottet. I tried everyone else's Enigmas, but they were a total no-go, too. That must have been an orbital wave jammer in the basement of the studio. Sorry about that, we ended up wandering out of signal range. Ich bin mir aber weiterhin unsicher, wohin das alles gehen soll. Wir sind ungefähr in der Mitte des Spiels und der eigentliche Klimax hat sich noch nicht mal angedeutet. Wir müssen mal schauen, was passiert. Wir machen einfach weiter und gucken, wohin alles noch geht. What's going on? Do you have an urgent support request for us? No, not quite, no. Half an hour ago there was a train derailment in West Crossbell Highway. What? Are you serious? I wish I wasn't. The 2nd Division is en route to investigate the scene. The CGF is on its way too, so there's probably no need for you to go. But I figured I should keep you guys in the loop just to be safe. Got it. Thanks for telling us, Fran. If you find out more, let us No, as soon as you can. Roger that. Something the matter? Did Fran have something important to tell us? Well... What the hell? The derailment? It just went right off the tracks? Yeah, Fran said the 2nd Division and CGF are on their way there, so we can probably leave it to them. Then again... It would be hard to turn away from something so concerning. I'll say. The timing is a little too suspicious for my tastes. I have no doubt that this was just a mere accident. Lloyd? What should we do now? We have until the end of the day to report on what we've learned about the society. Now let's go to the scene of the accident. We can't overlook the possibility that some sort of foul play was involved, whether from encrypted or otherwise. At the very least, we can lend a hand investigating the crash site. Agreed. We should hurry. Probably best to take our new ride if we're looking to get there ASAP. The orbital car can now travel to the scene of the train accident. Dann traveln wir doch mal zu der Scene von dem Train Accident. West Crossbell Highway hieß es? Da, okay, West Crossbell. Aber wir können nur... Hier können wir gar nicht hin. Okay, also... Wir können nur hier hin. Okay, also... Ja. Derailment. Accident. Oh. Ui, Krankenwegen sind auch schon unterwegs. Were those ambulances just now? Correct, all of them were registered to St. Ursula Hospital. There were 3 of them too, damn. Do you suppose they were transporting those who were injured from the derailment? Given the timing, I wouldn't doubt it. Cecile and the rest of the hospital are going to have a long day ahead of them. We have to get to the scene of the accident. Roger that. Komm, beeil euch ein bisschen hier mit eurem Rumfahren. Those buses just now. Schienenersatzverkehr. They look like the ones used to carry people traveling to and from the Republic. They must be transporting the rest of the passengers that were on the train. Damn, what a shit show. It makes me wonder how extensive the scale of the accident is. Okay. Wie sieht's aus? Yo, Lloyd, you guys made it. Franz. Hallo. Hey, Franz. So, you're on the case, too. Und Dahlia ist auch da. Die kannten wir auch schon. Die hat uns ein Buch gegeben. Hello there, Noel, Randy. Thank you both for coming as well. Of course, good to see you again, Dahlia. Looks like we're in the right place. What's the situation? Commander Bales and the police are currently investigating the scene of the accident. Inspector Donovan and Detective Raymond from the 2nd Division are leading our department's efforts. From what I could tell, it looked like a mess. The train went clean off the tracks. It's going to take a long time to get things cleared and repaired. And what of the passengers? No fatalities, thank the goddess. But a few were in critical condition. Those most in need of medical attention were carried away by ambulances a little while ago. Yeah, we saw them on our way here. And the other passengers, they were transferred to buses for the remainder of their trip. Yeah, there was one round of them arranged for passengers headed to Crossbell City and another for those going to Altair. It was chaos sorting it all out. I can imagine. It's not every day you have to do damage control for an accident this severe. Speaking of which, we should make our way to the scene ourselves. Are we clear to pass through? Yeah, you should be good to go. I doubt anyone's gonna complain. Feel free to head in whenever you're ready. Oh, das müssen wir selber machen, ja? Okay. Monster sind gar keine da. Kiste ist nicht... Und hier konnten wir schon eine Weile immer mal hin, aber konnten nie durchgehen, ne? Jetzt bin ich mal gespannt. Oh no. Ach du meine Güte, das hat ja wirklich den ganzen Zug rausgehauen. Das ist ja wirklich alles. Ach du Scheiße. Oh boy, this is some accident we got on our hands. Do you know what caused the derailment yet? No, as you can see, the investigation is still underway. The current working theory is that the front car was derailed due to a fallen rock on the track. The rest followed suit. My apologies, but I'm going to have to insist that any members of the media leave the accident site. We need to focus on beginning the cleanup and repair efforts immediately. Seriously? But Commander Bales, I understand that the police would like to prioritize the investigation. Ein Fels auf den Schienen, dann war das Absicht. Dann würde ich mich aber jetzt fragen, wo ist der Fels? However, this is the Transcontinental Railroad we're standing on, the most important transit line in all of Cimmeria. We're under pressure from Mayor Kreuz, the Imperial and Republican governments, and the Railroad Corporation to fix this ASAP. The CGF has no choice but to comply. I get your logic, ma'am, I really do, but I'm with a detective. If you don't get to the bottom of what happened here, it could happen again, right? I am aware. However, I can only permit that the investigation be carried out concurrently alongside the repairs, which will be until this evening at the very latest. This is how long we've been given. The heavy machinery we've requisitioned will be arriving soon. We need to... Hold on just a moment. Was ist... Oh shit. Das erinnert mich an was. Okay. Die SSS? Whoa, ho! It's Lloyd and the gang. Ah, you guys came to scope out the scene too, huh? Please excuse us, Commander. But did we hear you correctly? You're going to start cleaning up the accident before a proper investigation can be made? You're still a member of the CGF, Seeker. I trust you haven't forgotten how vital this rail line is to Crossbell. I didn't want to put this so bluntly, but if we delay repairing the railroad, it'll give the Empire and Republic all the excuse they need to intervene. I know that, but it's far from an unlikely scenario, unfortunately. Not much I can do to protest against an argument like that. Give me a break. We still have a duty to get to the bottom of this mess. Commander Bales, give us just 30 minutes. No, until that equipment arrives. We'll get this all sorted out. Yes, given Crossbell's current political climate, I'm not ready to chalk this accident up as just an unfortunate coincidence. Don't you think we should at least determine whether there was any foul play involved? It is also possible that this accident is relevant to our cryptid investigation. Look at it this way. You let us do our thing, and everyone walks away with some peace of mind. I never thought I'd see the day that I would be the impatient one between the two of us, Orlando. Very well. Inspector Donovan, we will start by prioritizing the investigation of the accident scene. Once the equipment arrives, however, our focus will shift to fixing the rails. You won't hear any complaints from us, let's do this. And we'll just stay out of your hair while we collect our material. I have no objections. You are free to look around until the formal repairs begin. On the condition that you in no way interfere with the investigation of the site. Am I clear? Crystal. Would you mind if we got a first-hand look at the scene as well, Inspector? Don't even have to ask. We'll tackle it together. You should speak with the conductor. He's resting over there. He'll be your best bet. More likely than not. Unfortunately, the engineer got nicked up in the crash and was taken to the hospital. Understood. Alright, let's get investigating. Crow Armbrust hatte erzählt, wie in seiner Heimat Droy es einen Zugunfall gegeben hat, der dann zum wirtschaftlichen Schaden der Region zukam und Erebone dazu brachte, einzugreifen, um Droy zu helfen und anschließend zu absorbieren. Ja, das hat sich gut daran erinnert. Alright, let's get investigating. Schauen wir mal, ob da was dahinter stecken könnte, hinter dieser Theorie. Also, wir gucken erstmal hier uns das vorne Ding an. This would be the locomotive. The most essential car of the train. Without one, it would be unable to move at all. Inside is the engineer's cab and the Orbal engine. Produced by the Reinford Company. That's very educational and all, but doesn't something about this seem off to you? I was just thinking the same. There's not nearly enough damage on it as I would have pictured. You're right. It's a little unnatural considering it's the foremost car. Think about it. It had collided with something head-on. Had it collided with something head-on, it wouldn't still be this pristine. Ja, ich wollte gerade sagen, das sieht nicht so aus, als ob es von vorne irgendwas reingekracht ist. Das sieht für mich eher aus, als ob was in die Seite geknallt ist. Whatever caused this derailment must have hit it from somewhere else. Ja, da, auf jeden Fall. What do you suppose happened here? We were thinking a rock might have rolled down the nearby cliff and derailed the train. Maybe this is where it made impact? The possibility is there given the spherical dent on the side. I don't know about that. How do you explain these giant scratches here in the center then? Ich meine, auch so, wo ist der Fels, wenn dann, ne? When you think about it, the position's a lot farther up than you'd expect too. I didn't think a simple small rock would have left marks like this. If that's the case, then just what did collide with the train? Ah, da ist der Conductor. What a day. I should be thanking the goddess I'm okay. At least compared to the poor people who got carted away by those ambulances. I've never seen a train fly off the tracks so violently before. You're the conductor, correct? If you would mind, could you give us your account on what happened at the time of the derailment? Sure, if that's what you want. I'll do my best to tell you what happened. The detective over there asked me earlier, but I think I was still too shaken to give a halfway decent statement. It all happened so suddenly, you know. I couldn't help being a little out of it. That's perfectly understandable with how severe the accident was. We can't expect you to recall every little thing. Any normal person would be in shock after going through something like this. Exactly. As things stand, even the tiniest detail would prove helpful. Do you remember seeing or hearing something suspicious? Anything at all? Suspicious? Well... Oh, now that you mention it, yeah, maybe. Something spring to mind? It was right before the derailment happened, while I was on the comms with the engineer. He just started yelling out of nowhere. I remember him shouting, "What is that?" or something along those lines. The accident happened moments later. The front car derailed and the rest of them followed one after another. And well, you know how the story goes from there. Now I'm out here talking to you. Evidently, the engineer was caught by surprise. From the sound of it, he must have seen something he couldn't believe. Which leaves us with one question. What was it he spotted? Gute Frage. Hey Mirel, du bist auch da. Hey Mirel, how's the repair work going? I would say it's proceeding just as well as the investigation is. But until the heavy machinery arrives to help us move the train itself, there's only so much we're able to do. For now, the best we can manage is to clear the debris from the tracks. I figured that'd be the case. We could lend a hand if you need it. No, you don't have to put yourselves out. The 6 of you should focus on figuring out what happened. We'll inform you if we discover anything that might help. Und wir müssen wohl hier noch rumlaufen. Oh, Kamera. Oh, fancy. Die Kamera kann sich bewegen in diesem Spiel. Habt ihr schon gewusst? Hast du bis Trails Through Daybreak alle Trails-Teile gespielt? Würde gerne wissen, wie tief du im Einklang wirklich bist. Nein, habe ich nicht. Ich habe alle Cold Steel Spiele gespielt. Dann das, was danach kam, nach Cold Steel, Trails into Reverie, habe ich nicht gespielt. Ja, und dann Trails Through Daybreak habe ich dann wieder gespielt. Also, das hier, Azure, kenne ich wirklich einfach noch nicht. Dann Cold Steel kenne ich alles. Reverie kenne ich nicht. Daybreak kenne ich. Und alles, was nach Daybreak ist, kenne ich auch nicht. Also, zumindest die Story-Arc von Erebonia weiß ich von vorne bis hinten. Alles andere ist alles noch ein bisschen so halbfertig, sagen wir mal. Aber es ist trotzdem einiges. Look at the marks on the cliffside. They're enormous. It's like the whole surface has been carved into. Parts of the ground have been gouged out too. The train must have derailed toward the left-hand side. Quick question. Why do you suppose these streaks on the wall are so blue? I believe those would be flecks of paint. Oh ja. Ach du Scheiße. Yeah, it's gotta be it. You can tell it's the same color as the train cars themselves. After the train derailed, it must have scraped against the rock for a ways, leaving those blue skid marks. No doubt, but look how far along they run. How would the train even stay against the wall for that long? Looks like we might need to rethink the actual circumstances that led to these marks. Okay, I think I've gathered as much intel as here as we can. We have? Already? Enough for Lloyd, anyway. It had better be enough for him, because I sure as hell haven't connected any dots. I may have put a thing or two together on my end. What's our next step? Should we review our information we have thus far? Yeah, let's do that. We should call over the Commander and Inspector Donovan too. Muss ich wieder... Ja, es ist wieder Detective-Arbeit. Wir müssen wieder Antworten finden hier. So, has your investigation yielded anything insightful? That's the hope. First, I want to address the possibility of the derailment being caused by a fallen rock on the tracks. From our investigation, I believe it's safe to rule out that possibility. Really? Why? I take it you have some line of reasoning to back up that claim? Naturally, you see less damage at the front of the locomotive here. The dent on the right side, the engineers cry. Nee, less damage. We found more than a few areas of suspicion during our investigation, but the decisive factor was how pristine the front of the locomotive still was. Could you explain further? It's true that there's less damage at the front, but what does that prove? Das ist jetzt so eine Erklärung für Deppen, irgendwie, habe ich das Gefühl. Also so blöd muss man es aber auch erstmal anstellen, das nicht zu verstehen. Logically, if the derailment were caused by a fallen rock landing on the tracks, the train would have collided with it head-on. For a mass of a high-speed train to lose balance and derail, the impact would have to be substantial. If that had really happened, then the evidence of it would be more apparent. Oh, I think I get it. When all is said and done, the front of the first car is hardly dinged up at all. So that rules out the initial and most obvious explanation. Indeed it does. That is a fact we can't afford to overlook. In that case, what do you suspect is the true cause of the derailment? At first I had to consider whether this was possibly the work of some kind of explosive. Explosive? You're saying this could have been a Jaeger corporation? Or worse, a terrorist group? I'll admit my mind wandered there pretty quickly too. That's why I kept my eyes peeled. But as far as I could tell, there weren't any traces of explosives. I would hope not. We'd already accounted for that, but we didn't find anything of the sort either. So after ruling that out, there's only one other possibility left remaining. There was indeed a collision, but not from the front. Rather, it was rammed itself into the train on the right-hand side. Excuse me? Rammed? What, like on purpose? That's insane. This is starting to sound less like a train derailment and more like a car chase. Now I understand. That would explain the dent on the right side of the locomotive. Yeah? Here's the way I think it went. First, our unknown culprit landed right next to the train as it barreled down the track at full speed. It was likely the moment the conductor heard the engineer yelling on the comms. After that, the assailant began to run alongside the train after ramming it from the right, causing the dent. The force that led the leading locomotive to derail towards the left-hand side. But our assailant didn't stop at that. It continued to push the locomotive off into the cliff on the far end. From there, the train eventually skipped to a stop, leaving marks on the rocks along the way. As for the cars following behind, they ended up scattering off the rails in every direction. That is my working hypothesis, given what we know right now. Huh. Well done. You really are Guy's little brother, you know. Hell, your sleuthing skills may be even better than his. No kidding. Guy's style of investigation was less thorough and more instinctive. Heh, watch it. He's ours. And we're proud to have him. Kudos, a wise leader. Even I couldn't think that far ahead. Very impressive. But it does leave one question, Detective Bannings. The identity of this unknown culprit. Do you suspect this is the work of some sort of monster? Or was this perhaps caused by another one of those recently spotted Cryptids? Es könnte ein Cryptid sein, ne? Also ganz abwegig ist das, glaube ich, nicht. Well, when you look at the facts, we can't say for sure yet. Ja, also es klingt schon irgendwo, würde schon irgendwo Sinn machen, aber wir können es nicht sagen bisher. There's no question a cryptid would have the strength to derail a running train based on our experience. But while I can understand why that would be the most likely explanation, I can't say for certain just yet. I agree. Cryptids have only spawned in the presence of higher elements thus far, and I sense no sign of them. Stimmt, Cryptids waren ja auch wirklich ziemlich einfach an einen Ort gebunden. Also wird das eigentlich nichts. Die können da nicht einfach so an einem Zug lang laufen. Ich habe gerade eine Vermutung. Mal gucken, ob die sich gleich erfüllt. Jetzt, wo ich gerade drüber nachdenke. Not to mention, we didn't see those blue plants anywhere nearby either. Yes, I'm inclined to agree. However, this only further raises the question of just what is it we're dealing with. The Society's archaisms are a possible candidate too, though I'm not sure how likely that is. Are they really the type to resort to such a drastic and blatant attack? What the fuck? What was that? It sounded like a monster. And it's no ordinary one either, judging by their blood-curdling cry. Let me scan the area. Activate. Where is it? Where? Rains, get the photo quads ready. We're getting a shot one way or another. You can't be serious, Grace. Distance 10 Celsius and moving. It is escaping to the west. Let's chase after it. Roger Wilco. Warum sagt er Roger Wilco? Das bringt mich so raus. Einfach warum? Warum? Dann einfach der Name des Hauptcharakters von fucking Space Quest. Einfach so reingeschmissen. Ohne Kontext, ohne irgendwas. Er sagt's einfach. Ich drehe durch. Affirmative. What? Are you out of your minds? The CGF will back you up. No, you should keep working on the cleanup efforts. You have a schedule to keep. We'll go and give chase. If you're certain. I'm not entirely comfortable with it, but we have no other choice. Someone has to be here when the heavy machinery arrives. Stay in contact. If anything happens, we'll come to your aid. Understood, ma'am. Beeilung. Grace? You wouldn't happen to be planning to come alongside us, would you? Well, can't deny that I was considering it. But I get it, the situation seems stickier than usual, so I'll hang back this time. For now, we'll head back to Crossbell City and draft up a breaking report. As soon as we get the rest of our people together, we'll return to gathering some more material. That would be safe enough. Besides, if a guide followed us and got attacked, you might never get a chance to make that report. You can say that again. I don't know what this thing you're chasing is, but it's gotta be nasty if it caused a whole derailment. You better be careful and come back in one piece. One Piece mentioned. One Piece mentioned. I won't be able to get an interview out of you otherwise. We will. Thanks, Grace. Alright, let's start our pursuit. First, we will need to head west on the highway. Claro. Let's go bag us a monster. Ist die Frage, in welche Richtung sollen wir? Nee, hier lang nicht, ne? Wo will es jetzt eigentlich genau, wo wir hin sollen? Ist jetzt wirklich eine Frage, die ich mich hier gerade... Oh, okay. Oh, hier, wo wir Sigmund kennengelernt haben. There it is again. It's coming from the west. Don't gotta have Theodore's level of perception to tell that much. It almost feels as though we're being beckoned. Like when we first met Zeit. I concur. However, unlike then, I am sensing a hostile intent. Either we're dealing with a monster of considerable intelligence or something else entirely. Regardless, we need to be careful. Das wird gerade ein Stück weit creepy. Muss ich mal so sagen. What the fuck? What was that? It sounded like something shattering? It wasn't an explosion either. It came from the south. Hurry! Zur Polizeiakademie gehen? Okay. Holy shit. Just look at this. This gate is supposed to be made of some kind of reinforced alloy, too. Unbelievable, there's no way this was done by some ordinary monster. What, was derailing a moving train not enough? What the hell are we going up against here? Well, no time to sleep on it. We'd better continue the pursuit before it gets away from us. If it makes to the deepest part of the forest, we're going to have trouble keeping up. Yeah, good point. Why is Wazi acting so strange? Okay, meine Vermutung, ja, okay, meine Vermutung hat sich gerade bestätigt. Oh boy. Yep, du hast gerade genau richtig gesagt. Ups. Die Gegner hier sind eigentlich nichts mehr wirklich von irgendwelchen Wert. So, stimmt. Diesen Ort hatten wir ja auch noch nicht. Dass wir da jetzt runtergehen? Everything here is in shambles. And those marks are fresh too. Only one thing that can mean. What's responsible is likely just below. I can confirm that. My sensors are picking up movement beneath us. But that isn't all. There is another strange presence. One that I can't put my finger on. Really? Not even you? Does this rope here... down this rope here is the survival training area. It's the heart of Nox Forest, a sprawl of dense woodland, almost completely untouched by man. But by women, maybe. But if you're going down there to chase our culprit, we will need to be prepared. You're right. I've been there once for training at the police academy. The visibility is so bad you can barely see 5 arch in front of you. This is going to be one of our most dangerous missions yet. Ellie, Tio, Wazi, you three had better stay back. Honestly, Lloyd. I would consider you to be a bigger liability here than the rest of us. But if you think otherwise, we'd be happy to compare separate lines, sweetheart. I get where you're coming from, Lloyd. The terrain down there is no joke. Still, I think you'll be fine. I think we'll be fine if we work together. Yeah, we're a team. If anyone can pull through this, it's us. Okay, you made your point. Just keep in mind that we have no idea what's waiting for us down there. Let's descend only once we're ready. Of course. Roger. We isn't ready. Descend into the forest. Okay, we're all set. Me and Randy will start climbing down first. After that, Ellie, Tio, and Wazi will climb down one at a time. Well, I want you to bring up the rear and watch your 6. Heard? You can count on me, bla 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 bla. Oh, was hat er gesagt? Vielleicht war es doch jetzt wichtig. Alright, you want to contact the commander before we head down, yeah. Das ist eigentlich eine gute Idee. If the CGF isn't too busy with the repairs, having them as backup would be a huge help. Oh, hier ist alles voller blauer Pleromagras. Holy shit. Look! Pleroma grass. What the hell? None of this was here 2 months ago. It just begun blooming recently. Tio, can you sense the higher elements? Yes, time, space, and mirage are all accounted for. This would explain the strange presence I felt on the surface. Looks like it, yeah. 50 Mirror says these training grounds are even more grueling than what you're used to thanks to them. I sure wouldn't take that bet. Finding your way around this place is tricky enough already. And now we have more than just getting lost to worry about. Be on the alert for any monsters lurking around. Got it. Okay, was haben wir? Es hat sogar eine richtig komplette... Wow. Huti Hut.
私の番だ。
僕の番か。行くぞ。
私のからこれがみんなの力ですね。
Raises ATS when HP is low. Ah, okay, ich kann nur erstmal hier lang. What the fuck bist du denn?
敵接近注意してください。
Bananen-Bunch.
私の番だ。はい、そっか。
僕の番か。行くぞ。よし、上出来だ。やるね。
Raises speed when HP is low.
敵集団との戦闘を開始。
Das ist einfach eine Echse. Army Chameleon. Das ist einfach nur eine Eidechse. Wir haben einfach ein Foto von einer Eidechse gemacht, ein bisschen ein paar Veränderungen gemacht und das war's.
私の番です。
行くよ。やれやれ。時間の無駄だったな。やれやれ。怖いもの知らずだな。僕の番か。いい夢は見られたかい。行くぞみんな。
私の番ですね。はあ、行きます。そっか。
Wow, Noel hat aufgeräumt.
警戒態勢に戻ります。
Which one do you think is a bigger mess? Crossbell's political climate or Ilya's room? Ich würde mal denken, Crossbell's political situation. Also, Ilyas Zimmer ist zwar wirklich unordentlich und alles, aber im Gegensatz zu Crossbell ist das nichts. Ilyas Zimmer kann man ja zumindest aufräumen. Warum ist der Bereich jetzt hier? Oh, hier geht's nach unten. Ich muss gerade mal gucken, ob ich jetzt auch richtig laufe. Bin daher gekommen, da rum. Ja, okay, ja, ich muss hier. Die Musik ist schon ein Stück weit ominös, ne? Musik hat was. Definitiv. So. Ich muss gerade gucken, dass ich mir irgendwie Übersicht beibehalte hier. Ja, wir haben jetzt eine Abkürzung geschaffen. Da sind wir hergekommen. Okay, diesen Bereich haben wir jetzt eigentlich schon fast. Die Dungeons können teilweise wirklich für meinen Geschmack ein bisschen länger sein. Man verbringt hier so viel Zeit mit Dialogen und Story. Da hätte ich schon ganz gerne, wenn man, auch wenn man dann Gameplay ist, dann man auch mehr Gameplay dann einfach hat. Also ich meine natürlich, Trails ist sehr story-fokussiert. Und eigentlich ist es eine Visual Novel im Gewand eines RPGs. Aber wenn man sich wirklich teilweise bei den Dungeons etwas... Der Dungeon könnte ruhig 3-4 Stunden mehr auf der Brust haben. Das ist so weit, nun müssen wir uns auch nicht aus dem Fenster lehnen. Also so ist es jetzt noch auch nicht. Aber halt... Ich will ja keinen Dungeon Crawler haben, aber wenn die sich jetzt hier irgendwie bei den Dialogen etwas kürzer fassen würden, dafür aber dann doch mal mehr Gameplay reinpacken würden, würde das dem Pacing dieses Spiels doch sehr gut tun. Pacing ist ja generell das größte Problem der Trails-Reihe. Trinity Card 2. Schön. Okay, hier erstmal. Die vorgespulten Fliegen, die hier rumschwirren, sind so auch sehr schön. If a chest is looted in the forest, does it make a sound? Ich meine, irgendwer muss es ja looten, also wird das die Person dann auch hören zumindest. Ich finde diese Frage sowieso generell total bescheuert. Weil er eben gesagt, wenn ein Baum in einem Wald umfällt und keiner kann es hören, macht es dann ein Geräusch? Ja, natürlich macht es ein Geräusch. Warum sollte es denn kein Geräusch machen, wenn nur weil niemand da ist, um es zu hören? Wir wissen, wie Schall und Physik funktioniert. Das ist so eine ähnlich dämliche Frage wie eigentlich so diese Frage von, was war eher da, das Huhn oder das Ei? Das Ei war vorher da. Dinosaurier haben noch lange vor Hühnern schon Eier gelegt. Das ist alles so... Ja, genau, das ist so eine pretentious Frage, die irgendwie dazu dienen soll, dich irgendwie schlauer zu fühlen. Nämlich zuerst kam das Omelett, bevor Hund und Ei zustande kamen. Hund? Ach, Huhn und Ei, ja. Warum? Hilf das Mistvieh auch mal bitte. Alter, geh mir auf den Sack. Ich muss mich aber auch sowieso mal fragen, ne? Beim Omelett ist es so... Wer kam da irgendwann mal auf die Idee, ein Omelett zu machen? Weil da ist einfach... Da muss irgendjemand da gesessen haben, hat dann bei den Hühnern irgendwie im Stall dann die ganzen Eier gesehen und dann sich gedacht, okay, Moment. Hear me out. Und dann ist er auf die Idee eines Omeletts gekommen. Also wie kam das Omelett zustande? Story-Scheiße wieder. Alles andere habe ich jetzt schon gesehen. Ja, das kann man sich eigentlich bei vielen Rezepten fragen. Bei vielen Rezepten war es aber auch so, das, was einfach da gerade irgendwie zugänglich war. Also nicht unbedingt mal was so von wegen, hey, ich habe da eine Idee, sondern einfach, was haben wir denn da überhaupt und was können wir damit machen, um irgendwas Essbares dabei rauszubekommen. So, warum habe ich jetzt das Gefühl, dass ich speichern muss? Also wenn das jetzt wirklich Wald ist, dann wäre Wald im Wald. Das ist eigentlich eine perfekte Name für die Folge am Ende. Paella ist ja berüchtigt dafür, dass man alles, was im Haus war, halt in der Pfanne schmiss. Das ist, glaube ich, häufig. Da gibt es viele Rezepte, die so sind. Wo einer einfach alles Mögliche zusammengeschmissen hat, was er einfach noch da hatte, irgendwelche Reste. Und dann ist daraus irgendwie ein Rezept entstanden. Im Osten ist es ja meistens so, also DDR-Rezepte sind so, einfach, wir haben nichts da. Wir haben kein Fleisch, kein frisches, also, aber wir wollen Schnitzel, paniertes. Also nehmen wir uns eine Scheibe Jagdwurst und panieren den Scheiß. Und dann haben wir einen Schnitzel draus gemacht. Das ist die Idee von einem Jägerschnitzel im Osten bei uns. Und es gibt sehr viele Leute, die das sogar mögen. Ich komme da gar nicht dran. Ich habe das noch nie gemocht. Also Jägerschnitzel ist so ein Ostgericht, wo ich dann denke, nehmen muss nicht. Kannst du behalten. A clearing. This is the farthest I have ever made it during my training. Huh? Wait. Was this always a dead end? No, there should have been an animal trail up ahead too. Looks to me like a bunch of trees fell and blocked the road. Must have happened sometime within the past month. But if that's the case, where in the world did that monster run off to? Hold on, I detect a presence nearby. Ich glaube, die Presence hat auch euch detected gerade. Did it just laugh at us? Hehe. You guys really thought you could waltz in here like you own the place, huh? Es ist Wald. You shit for brains never change. Who's there? Is this the real culprit? Were they controlling the monster all along? I can't be sure, but this voice... It sounds familiar somehow, as if we met them before. No, it couldn't be. Here he comes! Get back! Holy shit. What the... A demon! Hehe. Gebrahahaha. Gasp! No, but how? I don't believe it. It's just like the demonization Gnosis caused. No way, don't tell me. Wald? Is that you? Walds Abs pulsieren. Und er hätte sich mal die Beine ein bisschen rasieren können, finde ich. It's been a long time, Bannings, Orlando. And you here too, Wazzy. Small world. So it seems. I knew that your taste in fashion was beyond saving. But even I didn't think you'd stoop this low. Low? Piss off. Wait a second. Are you the one who ran the train off the track? Huh. You even have to ask? Thought the police dogs were supposed to be the good at sniffing things out. You honestly think some puny monster could have done something like that? The only thing alive with that much power is me, Wald Wales. Der Name ist immer noch bescheuert. How vile. Do you even realize what the hell you've done? Yeah, I do. And hey, since you came all the way out here just for little old me, what do you say we get this party started? Let's see you try to look down on me after I pummel you and your high horse right into the dirt. Meine Güte, dieser Typ. Sein gesamter Minderwertigkeitskomplex hat ihn jetzt dazu geführt. Es ist unglaublich. Crap. So you're going all out on this then? You wish I could turn you all into dust. You wish I could turn you all into dust with one hand behind my back. But you know what? I'd rather just beat you to a pulp nice and slow, till you're begging for me to put you out of your misery. The power I picked up is the real deal. You know, I'm gonna make you eat it! Okay. Dämonenwald! Wald, demonized by Gnosis, wields his now mutated sword as if it were nothing. Selbst sein Schwert ist mutiert.
Yoshi. Minna, ikkini ikuzo.
Summon mal den Zeit. Au! Aber weswegen hatte Wald denn so ein Minderwertigkeitsgefühl gehabt, dass er sogar Gnosis zu sich genommen hat? Erinnerst du dich nicht, wie Wasi ihm einmal wirklich komplett in den Arsch getreten hat? Das war relativ am Anfang des Spiels, wo wir einmal kurz dann nochmal in Downtown von Crossbell waren. Und als wir gerade da rausgehen wollten... Oh, wir waren schon. Wo wir gerade rausgehen wollten, hat uns Wald aufgehalten. Ach, und das hat ihn nie losgelassen, diese Niederlage. Dachte eigentlich, dass er einfach sich verlassen fühlte, was quasi zu den Cops überging. Nee, das hast du ganz falsch verstanden. Du hast, der wollte nicht verlassen werden, aber er hat einfach klar gemerkt, dass Wasi eigentlich nie ernst gegen ihn gekämpft hat. Jeder einzelne Kampf, den er jemals mit Wasi hatte, war einfach nur quasi gespielt. Ne? Das war nie ernst. Und das hat Wasi ihm dann einfach da in dem Moment gezeigt. Allerdings hat Wald da wahrscheinlich so die falsche Lektion draus gezogen. Und einfach seine eigene Schwäche dann so ein bisschen verflucht. Und gemerkt, ey, war Wasi schon immer unterlegen komplett. Und das hat ihn einfach so fertig gemacht, dass er jetzt zu den Drogen gegriffen hat. Wir haben auch schon immer mal gehört in Dialogen zwischendurch, wenn wir mit den Leuten von seiner Truppe, den Crimson Vipers oder wie die hießen. Ne, Crimson Saber. Crimson Vipers war aus Street Fighter. Halt seiner Gang oder so weiter. Wie sie danach immer erzählt haben, wie Wald einfach nur ständig nur da den ganzen Tag dabei ist, sich irgendwie in die Besinnungslosigkeit zu saufen. Also er war halt wirklich einfach am Ende. Also denen ist seine gesamte Welt zusammengebrochen dadurch und und da hat sich so ein scheinbar richtig krasser Minderwertigkeitskomplex einfach entwickelt. Und das ist ja das Endresultat. Aber dadurch, dass wir ihn jetzt kaum erwischen konnten, soll wohl heißen, dass wir hier eigentlich gar keine Chance gegen ihn haben, wirklich. You're holding out better than I expected. I was gonna drag this out a lot longer just for kicks, but now you're making me want to bite your heads off. Seriously, it's 6-on-1 and we still can't bring him down? Yeah, what's wrong? Haha! What's wrong, Wazi? Not gonna drop a witty comeback? Maybe flash one of your pretty boy smirks and blow this off like you do everything else? Come on, I was looking forward to this. It'll make it all the more fun when I shut that mouth of yours for good. Wald. Where in the goddess's name did you get your hands on noses? Das ist eigentlich eine sehr gute Frage. That's right. Save for the samples taken for analysis and supply manufactured by Joachim Günther should have been disposed of. Damn it, Walt, where the hell did you get it from? Who knows? And don't get it twisted. The drug ain't what's giving me all this strength. Newsflash, punk, it's been inside me all along. The nose is just a trigger to help bring it out. Ja, als ob. That's what sets me apart from that quack Joachim. His power was never his in the first place. He does have a point. Unlike what happened with Joachim, he doesn't seem in danger of going berserk. Whatever it is he's drawing his power from, he's managed to retain control over it. What the heck? A monster! Mirel! Second Lieutenant! Thank goodness you're here. Does that mean the repair work is finished? For now, yes. We came as fast as we could, but... just what is that thing? Yeah. I think I'll call it quits for today. Yo, SS jumps. And you especially, Wazi. You'd better give me the time of my life the next time we meet. Or else. Just like that foot race we had back in Downtown District. It's the least you could do. Yeah. Bastard. Walt! Where do you think you're going? All personnel to battle positions. Missile fire is authorized. Yes, ma'am. Das wird, glaube ich, eher weniger. Ja! You call that firepower? Eek! Ist ein bisschen der Animationsqualität geschuldet, einfach, ja. Aber ja, die Raketen waren jetzt ein bisschen komisch. Okay, wir haben noch ein Problem, mit dem wir uns rumärgern dürfen. Wald ist im Wald. Und der Wald ist dämonisch in seinem nicht-dämonischen Wald. Dann müssen wir irgendwann mal in den Wald zurück, wegen Wald. Na super. After the attack, the SSS, along with Mirel's unit, scoured the vast dense forest for the demonized Walled Whales. Unfortunately, however, their efforts ultimately came up short. As the night wore on, the decision was made to abandon the search. The SSS then returned to the city at around midnight and fell asleep, so tired that they forgot to eat the hot pot Kia had so lovingly prepared. Ach shit, ja, sie hatte erzählt, dass sie Hotpots machte. Oh je. Ob Walt Dämon dazu dient, den 7. Angus zu hypen, in dem Walt geworfen wird? Im Kampf gegen sie? Gute Frage, keine Ahnung. Etwas, was wir jetzt hier machen müssen, dürfen wir nicht vergessen, wir haben immer noch das mit dem Essensding, ne? Wir müssen unbedingt beim nächsten Tag, im nächsten Stream, das dürfen wir nicht vergessen, dieses Rezept dann des Essens uns anschauen. Im Hotel von Krankenhaus. Weil wir jetzt im 3. Tag sind. Das ist mir jetzt gerade eingefallen. Weil sie von dem Hotpots geredet haben. How did it go? Not good. They don't know anything. No one has seen Walt in days. Looks like he's been keeping his little lackeys in the dark. They wanted to know where he is just as bad as we did. Yeah, they seemed desperate. I see. We tried asking the testaments, but it didn't get us anywhere. There are no leads on Wald whatsoever. However, he was spotted shambling drunkenly around the neighborhood for a while, prior to his disappearance. Das meinte ich, ne? Das wurde schon mal immer mal in Dialogen gesagt, dass er einfach nur noch am Saufen war. There's no way to tell how that fits into all this. What changed between then and now? A better question is, where the hell did he get his hands on noses? Are you alright, Wazi? You're not looking too good. I'm alright, just a bit chilly from the rain. I've already asked Abbas and the others to continue gathering info. Let's put Wald to the side for now and return to the SSS building. That's probably for the best. At least we have Kia's breakfast to look forward to. I don't know what we do without her. Phew, now that was a satisfying meal. You said it. Nothing like a hot bowl of porridge to chase off the chills. Indeed, the chicken and eggs were a nice touch. Thank you for the food, Kia. It was delicious. Hehe. I just used the stuff we were supposed to have for hot pot yesterday. Are you full, Wazi? Yeah? It took comfort food to a whole new level. My compliments to the chef, Kia. Glad you liked it. It's good to see you guys are back in fighting form. Just to let you know, the CGF is going to keep investigating the Wald Wales case. So try not to dwell on it too much. Whatever you say. Still, Wald, had to have acquired that gnosis somehow. We have to figure out where it came from no matter what. The 2nd Division's already been set out to do just that. And from what I heard, the 1st Division is also looking into whether or not the major powers are involved in any way. My point being, you should trust them. Don't press the issue by getting all keyed up. Yes, sir. Were they able to restore the railway after the derailment yesterday? Yeah, only one of the tracks was functional by yesterday evening, but they managed to get the other one going overnight. All things considered, they got the job done without any hassle. Ah, thank goodness. The Transcontinental Railroad is a vital part of the transportation network. Chaos would ensue if it were still non-operational. It would have been perfect ammo for Erebonian and Calvard to give us even more shit than they already do. Yeah, no doubt about that. So, should we check the terminal for support requests? It's about time for today's badge to come in. Yes, let's. Oh, hey, we got a phone call. I'll get it. Was haben wir denn jetzt vor uns? Hello, this is the Crossbell Police Special Support Section. Morning, it's me, Michelle, the guild receptionist. Oh, good morning. Did you have a chance to look over our report on the society? We did. It was helpful, to be sure. I contacted HQ over in Lehman, and they're currently analyzing the info. Though considering how elusive these guys are, I don't know how much we'll be able to find. I see. Is that why you called us? Oh no. There's one more thing. I had a quick question for you, actually. Have you seen Lynn and Aeolia around lately? What? We saw them at the hospital yesterday, last I recall. I see. Honestly, what the devil are those two girls up to? Are you having trouble contacting them? Sure am. Wasn't able to get through to their enigmas last night. Oh well, this does happen every so often, so I'm not too worried about them. Is that so? Well, no need to fret your little head over it. I'm sure you've got more than enough on your plate. You're dealing with the leader of those delinquents, aren't you? They're already that's already a job and a half. The Saber Vipers, so hießen sie. Ich habe jetzt Crimson Vipers und Crimson Sabers gesagt, aber das ist alles falsch. Weil er halt so rot war. Ja. Yeah, I suppose. Well, anywho. If you happen to spot either of them, give them a ring ASAP, okay? Keep up the good work. Bye-bye now. Thanks, Michelle. You too. Sounds like it was from the Bracer Guild. Something happened? Oh, yeah. Lynn and Aeolia? Those are two ladies who know how to hold their own. Aelios was generous with the gifts to them. Yep, just the way I like him, especially Aeolia. Hers are reviewed. Second only to Cecile, of course. I don't believe those were the gifts he was referring to. It's all the more reason to worry about them, honestly. Warum? Ihre Boobies? Oder was? The Bracers seem like the type to keep a tight handle on their schedules. Yeah, and when we fought those two, every move they made felt calculated. Well, you have time to spare, why not go and visit the guild? We all have to look out for each other in times like these. Right? We'll keep it in mind. Lloyd, are you guys leaving now? Would you make it back for Hotpot this time? Yeah, this time for sure. We'll try to come home as early as we can. Sorry, Kia. You went through so much trouble to prepare it yesterday. We didn't expect to be out the entire night. No, it's okay. That just means you're working extra hard, right? I just want to do what I can to help too. Oh. Haha, haha. She's too powerful for us. According to today's weather forecast, the rain should stop in the afternoon. Let's blow through these jobs then. We got a hot pot to enjoy tonight. Absolutely. Okay, erstmal auch nochmal die Requests anschauen. Sind nur 2, okay. Driven to the brink. Recently, a reckless vehicle has been frequenting West Crossbell Highway. It's been causing trouble for buses and Imperial tourists. We need help dealing with this issue in a timely manner and ask for your cooperation. Meet me at Belgrade Gate parking lot for additional details. Geofront Monster. Ich reporte mal alles. Yay! True Gladiator Belt. Okay. Das heißt, wir haben die 2 Sachen und dann noch A Taste of Crossbell. Das müssen wir unbedingt machen. Wir müssen zum Krankenhaus und da das Rezept noch ausprobieren. Dann können wir das abgeben. Die beiden Sachen sind relativ kurz, würde ich mal vermuten. Und dann sind wir beim nächsten Mal richtig schnell dann in der Story drin. Würde ich mal sagen. Also, oh je, es ist spät. Dann ist für heute Schluss. Und am Donnerstag geht's dann frisch mit einem springenden Schritt und einem Schnalzen in der Zunge dann weiter mit Trails to Azure. Wo auch immer uns die Reise jetzt hinbringt. Also jetzt scheinen die Sachen immer ernster zu werden. So langsam geht mal ein bisschen was vorwärts, habe ich das Gefühl. Also, wir sehen uns dann. Ciao.